Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for joining us today, Friday, the 4th of February 2022, for the Global Liver Institute's externally led patient focused drug development session on primary biliary cholangitis. We're absolutely delighted to have you here. We're going to have a long session today. We're going to draw upon many minds, all of which will be wiser than mine. We're going to look at clinical experience, we're going to look at patient experience and the expertise of both groups. We're going to have opening remarks very shortly. Thereafter, we're going to invite Director Turner from the FDA to speak about the PFDD and its overview and objectives, and then we're going to look at the clinical features of primary biliary cholangitis and how does PBC affect my life. We're now going to have a break. After that break, we are going to look at the current therapeutic approaches and how the current therapeutic landscape also affects the life of PBC patients. Thereafter, a short break, or a comfort break, and then after that, we're going to look at clinical trials, and we're going to look at the future of clinical trials and how do we design the ideal clinical trial. And after all that, we will be more informed about PBC, its unmet need, and everything that we can talk about in terms of affecting patients, their lives, and the future of PBC. But before we do that, what I would like to do now is I would like to introduce our CEO, our founder, our president, a rare liver disease patient in their own right, and a liver transplantee. So, good morning to you, Donna Cryer.
Good morning, and thank you to Robert. Thank you to everyone who will be with us across the day. Yes, as a patient with a rare cholestatic disease that has no treatment, I am particularly excited that we've been able to pull together this day to give voice to patients around the world on how we might work more strongly and more efficiently, more effectively with our regulatory partners, with our partners across research and clinical care to be able to advance and improve the lives of people living with primary biliary cholangitis. This is the second in a series of externally led patient-focused drug development meetings that the Global Liver Institute is pulling together, is leading, is directing. I search for a choice of words because it is really such a collaboration across so many different people, so many different community organizations across the field, across the world, who have come together to be able to do these meetings in partnership with us. And so I want to thank all of those partners for being able to make this possible. I'll just say briefly with this moment today before I introduce Dr. Turner that this meeting today is meaningful certainly to patients with PBC, but it's also meaningful to the larger constellation of people with liver diseases who have been across the board neglected, misunderstood, stigmatized. And so our hope for this meeting and the overall series of meetings, and by elevating our conversations and the quality of our relationships across the community, will be that liver health and treatments for liver diseases and the environment for drug development, therapy development, clinical care design for all liver diseases will be improved by this work. And so with that, I'll simply say thank you in advance for everyone who will be speaking today, whether physician, researcher, or my fellow patients and patient advocates. And a very special thank you to Dr. Turner, who's director of the Division of Hepatology and Nutrition, whose partnership, not just during these meetings, but in advance with his entire team, working with us to have these meetings put together and to have them available to you and to the community is has really just been remarkable, and is I extend a very heartfelt thanks as well as an introduction. Dr. Turner, I give it to you.
Oh, thanks very much for that nice introduction, and we thank you and the efforts of the Global Liver Institute for putting this meeting together. And we certainly um, are willing to hear from patients about their experiences, and it's very important to us to hear from you um, and your experiences with primary biliary cholangitis. And um, I just recently passed my 1 year anniversary of being named the permanent
Mhm.
director in the Division of Hepatology and Nutrition. Some of you know that I'm trained in adult infectious diseases, and but I'll share with you that a colleague this week, who's a hepatologist, had asked how things are going, and I told him it's been an exciting year and a half, and I'm learning a lot of new um, issues in the field of hepatology, and his response was, "Well, welcome to the club. We're all learning new and exciting scientific advancements in the field of liver diseases." And so I'm happy to be a part of that. And, I have a lot of experiences with the accelerated approval regulatory programs in my more than 20 years at FDA. And I've also had experiences at FDA of thinking about and implementing new efficacy endpoints for the purpose of regulatory drug development programs. And so I've had that experience as well, and so part of that is actually hearing from patients of what's important for you, as well as hearing from academia and industry of pulling together more information and more data that can move us forward in drug development programs for primary biliary cholangitis. And so we find these meetings very important, and we're interested to hear from you, in particular the disease process that is you know, years before patients may start to develop, uh, you know, symptoms or signs that may be considered, to be primary efficacy endpoints. And that's a long period of time. So we're very interested to hear from you about what happens during that course of time. Are there different ways we, as regulators, can think of this disease process in terms of an endpoint for drug development? In other words, can we be in a position to consider different endpoints in a way to potentially accelerate new drug development and new drug approval in this area? And it's compounded by, the fact that this is a rare disease area, and so makes enrollment in clinical trials more difficult and challenging to have a development program um, that's sufficiently powered. With that, I'll again thank you for participating. We're very interested to hear from you. We find these very meaningful and important for us in our work at FDA. So thank you very much.
Robert, we give it to you. I cannot be more excited and more honored that the world's premier patient advocate in PBC is now part of the GLI family, leading our efforts. And so the day is yours, sir.
Donna, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Thank you very much to Director Turner for his words and his introduction. I think there are some key elements that came from our opening two speakers, and one of them is the idea that no one set of people have the answer. We need to come together as an entire community. So I'm going to ask you, and we're going to open up. So we have a number of opportunities for your involvement today. And one of those opportunities is through our poll questions. So we're going to open up a poll question very shortly for you. We want to know, who are you and what brought you here? So we're asking you, for example, if you are a patient or if you're a clinician. So we'll be operating that poll question very, very shortly. And But in the meantime, I just want to highlight the idea of what we're going to be doing today. So there's the poll question number one. How would you describe yourself? Are you a regulator? Do you work in industry? Are you a patient? Are you a caregiver or a carer? Are you a provider? Are you part of a patient advocacy organization, or are you here with a medical society or association? So please do tick one of the boxes, whichever one is most appropriate. We'll give you a few seconds as we go through that. So whilst we do that, I just want to highlight the clue is in the title. It's a patient-focused drug development webinar. What we're going to be looking at is the patient experience. We'll ask clinical experts to talk about some aspects of living with PBC, but we're also going to be leaning heavily on the expertise and experience of the patient population. Now, we have some incredible speakers who are incredibly well experienced and knowledgeable, but we'll be asking you as our audience members to be an active part of this. So we need your comments, we need your questions. So please be an active part of this panel. Okay, we're going to close that poll now in about 10 seconds. We'll say 10. It's appropriate for you, and then we shall see the result very, very quickly. So you have in the room with us. We'll see the poll results very shortly. And again, whilst we're waiting on the poll results to come up, we encourage you in the strongest possible terms to please be part of the conversation, to ask your questions, to make your comments, and to make sure that we know exactly where you are and how we can advance PBC. Okay, so on that note, we're going to invite our next speaker, Carbone, who's from Italy, and he is very much a published doctor. He's published many papers on PBC. He's known as a patient-centric doctor and a clinical expert in the world of PBC. So we're going to invite Marco now to talk about the clinical aspects of PBC. Thank you.
So first of all, let me thank the Global Immuno Institute for inviting to this terrific meeting where there are all the stakeholders that are required for bringing a development in the field of PBC or in general rare disease. So I feel really privileged to be here with you. So I've been asked by the GLI to introduce the PBC focus of this meeting, and I will go through what are the main clinical features. Primary biliary cholangitis is formally known as a primary biliary cirrhosis, and the word cirrhosis is due to the fact that when the disease was described more than 56 years ago, patient presented very often in advanced stage of disease, while over the recent decades, thanks to the improvement of the diagnostic techniques, we are able to diagnose patients at an early stage. And so in 2014, thanks to the collaboration of the scientific community and the patient association group, the word cirrhosis has been taken away, and with it the stigmatization and the miscommunication that carries with it. The disease is a chronic autoimmune disease of the liver that slowly destroys the intrahepatic medium-sized bile duct, and this causes chronic cholestasis, which means obstruction of the bile flow, and this if untreated or undertreated, may take to cirrhosis and end-stage liver failure. PBC is considered as an autoimmune condition and is defined as a complex disease, which means it comes from a complex interaction from some genetic susceptibility and still unknown environmental factors. Despite the disease is defined as a rare disease, PBC is the most common liver disease associated with chronic cholestasis in adults, and with a reported the prevalence of 24 patients per 100,000 individuals. In the US, there is an estimate of almost 80,000 patients. It is a female disease. Approximately 95% of patients are diagnosed between 35 and the age of 70, and 9 out of 10 patients are women. The patients can have a disease onset with no symptoms. More than half of them can present with a chronic fatigue and or diffuse and fluctuating itch, and all these both symptoms can impair very badly the quality of life of these patients. Very often patients complain of dry eyes and dry mouth. Sometimes they have these fatty deposit in the skin around the eyes. As you can see in the picture on the right, this is one of the first patients has been described in the literature. And patients with advanced disease can present with jaundice, ascites, and other signs of end-stage liver disease. Very often patients and or family components can have additional autoimmune condition like Sjogren syndrome, celiac disease, rheumatoid arthritis, dysthroidism, among the others. The diagnosis of PBC is pretty straightforward. It's based on the evidence of chronic cholestasis, which means elevation of ALP and GGT, and the positivity of the antimitochondrial antibodies. And these two, this couple of tests have a very high specificity of more than 95% of the disease. Sometimes patients are discovered to be affected by PBC through abnormal result on routine liver blood test, and these allow us to diagnose the disease early. But still today, we often see patients diagnosed at a very late stage with jaundice. The liver biopsy in the diagnostic algorithm is not required to confirm diagnosis. It may be useful in patients with a high suspicion but who are AMA negative, or to assess the treatment failure. And this is a very simplified algorithm management of PBC. You can see there is after the diagnosis, we offer ursodeoxycholic acid to all patients. And through looking at the treatment failure to the UDCA, we can already stratify the disease patients based on the risk of developing liver failure. And I want to highlight this point. We over the last decade, there are many tools have been developed that help us to improve the restratification process, which means highlighting patients in more need of second-line therapy or a more intensive management. So here I present you a tool. This is a non-invasive tool. It's a calculator using blood test that help us to predict the treatment failure already at diagnosis, and can help us to, for example, to offer a second-line therapy already the disease onset. Then there is a predictor of death even transplantation. This is very useful, for example, to design your clinical trial. And the use of the FibroScan, which is a non-invasive ultrasound-based tool for the non-invasive assessment of fibrosis. And this is my last slide that leave you with some open questions. First of all, how will we define a cure? Are we going to tackle the upstream process, resetting the immunotolerance, or are we going to tackle the downstream process, the chronic cholestasis and the fibrosis? Again, I heard talking about surrogate endpoint for clinical trial. We need to think, what is ideal and what is practical, what is acceptable for physician, and what is acceptable for the regulatory bodies. And also we should not just focus on the quantity of life, but also on the quality of life, which today is still partially neglected. And finally, we should probably borrow from other specialties like rheumatology field or inflammatory bowel disease, the concept of the window of opportunity, treating the patient early and better, and probably trying to replace the axioma of one drug therapy with probably a combination of therapy with drugs, molecules that target the cholestasis, inflammation, and the fibrosis, and they complement each other. Thank you, Varch, for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
Wonderful. Dr. Carboni, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm currently told my internet is unstable, so I won't ask any questions at the moment, but hopefully you'll be part of the main panel discussion later on after we introduce our patient experts. So thank you very much for your time just now, and we will come back to you very shortly. So as I said, what we want to do now is we want to incorporate some of our patient expertise. We want to share with you a number of patient experience videos. So what we're going to do now is we are going to introduce a video now, and this is Bob Tyler, who's speaking about his experience with PBC.
Hello. I want to give a little background on myself to start. My name's Bob Tyler, and I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. Almost 9 years ago, after many labs and testing and several biopsies, I was diagnosed with PBC and overlapping AIH, neither of which I had ever heard of and certainly knew nothing about. A bit more concerning for me was to find out that this disease was a majority of women. Actually, 9 out of 10 people with this disease are female. And I felt like, uh-oh, I was starting this journey on my own. Was I on an island? But putting my faith in my doctors, which I think have been tremendous, along with finding an amazing support group on Facebook called Life with PBC that's led by Donna Bowl, I had people that cared. I had people that understood, and I knew that they would guide and help me on this journey. Now, for the PBC, I take urso and fenofibrate, and for AIH, I take Amurin. And my numbers have been stable. The medicine seems to be doing its job slowing the progression down. What isn't slowing down, though, is the pain and fatigue. Mostly the pain, which is literally throughout my entire body. It can actually be debilitating at times. And I don't know if the fatigue causes the pain or the pain causes the fatigue. But, when I was younger, I played sports, a lot of sports. I've been through several knee replacements, shoulder replacements. I get what pain is about. But with that, there was always light at the end of the tunnel. There was a way to get out of it through therapy and rehab. But this pain, there's nothing. There's no therapy to make it better. There seems to be no light at the end of the tunnel. But, I have to go on with my everyday life. I still have responsibilities. I work, and though it's not a physical job, it can be stressful. But it's still being there every day, fighting through these symptoms. I still have to maintain the house with yard work, doing the flower beds, cutting the grass, keeping up the deck and the outside of the house. During the wintertime, shoveling the snow, and simple things like running everyday errands. But no matter how much pain I have, no matter how tired I am, these things still got to get done. I have 5 grandchildren with 2 more on the way, ranging in ages from 1 to 15 years old. And not only do I have to, I want to, as a grandfather, to get on the ground with the little ones and play. I want to play catch with the older ones. They have games and events of their own in their life that I don't want to miss, but it's hard because this pain truly controls my everyday life. This is sad to say, but I have to be honest. I truly feel like the pain I experience throughout my body is going to kill me faster than PBC or AIH ever will. I've talked to different doctors, and they all say the same thing, that this is very common with autoimmune diseases, that there is pain and fatigue associated with them. But they really can't give you anything because, one, it's either addicting or it goes directly through the liver, which isn't good. And I get that. But I, along with, I'm sure, many other PBC warriors, we need help. We need help to manage this pain, to control the fatigue that involves our everyday lives. I kiddingly tell people this, but deep down inside, I really feel this. I say that I'm almost 64 years old. I look 74 and I feel 84. I'm not asking to feel like a kid again, but the pain more so than the fatigue is really starting to affect me as much mentally as it is physically. We need your help. I know how hard each of you are working, and you're all striving for the same thing, to find ways to maintain our diseases, to help us through these symptoms that are associated with them, and to ultimately find a cure. You're dedicating every hour of every day with your knowledge to help us through this. Strangers that you've never even met before. I'm grateful for that, and I will be forever grateful to each of you, as I know we all are. And I thank you for this opportunity to talk to you today. God bless, but please do help. Thank you.
Powerful words indeed. So thank you very much, Bob Tyler, for explaining just a little of the PBC experience. So we will talk about more about that later, and Bob has our gratitude for sharing that with us. Next, I'm going to share with you the video now from Lavinia Ashanti.
Ashanti. I'm from England. I was diagnosed with PBC in 2018, and I'd just like to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak about my journey being diagnosed with PBC. Since being diagnosed with PBC, the symptoms and the medication I take is quite strong. I feel drowsy and sleepy. I don't always know if it's the medication that makes me feel like this or the actual disease. But I struggle with vomiting, bleeding, constantly tired. I struggle with anxiety and paranoia. I can't always leave the house on my own. I have to be with someone. And just to go shopping, I find it overwhelming. Sometimes I just stay in the car and just drive home because I can't get out. I do get snappy and really irritated. And it is hard to pinpoint exactly if it's the PBC itself or the actual medication that I take. Yeah, it's been a struggle. I've gained a lot of weight. I've lost a lot of hair since my diagnosis. So I have to wear wigs and extensions. Yeah, you feel uncomfortable. Your confidence goes. And it's just really challenging. PBC affects me emotionally. Just not being able to do stuff on my own anymore. Having to constantly rely on others. I second guess a lot of the time. And I ask my family for a lot more support than I'd like to. It is really overwhelming. It is quite emotional talking about this and trying to hold back the tears while I'm speaking to you. I was taking anxiety tablets in the first year of my diagnosis. I was just an emotional wreck. I kept crying. I couldn't function without the support from my GP. I'd ring him constantly saying that I don't feel well. My head was heavy. My mental health deteriorated over this diagnosis. It's a lot. I lost a lot of friends, a lot of relationships. I didn't trust anybody anymore. And people don't really understand the disease. So they don't have sympathy or empathy for you. They think you're overreacting or you're just too sensitive. It's really tough. But the first time in 3 years, I'm ready to get help to help maintain this disease and not give it so much control over everyday life. Me and my daughter's relationship now is a lot closer than it was. We're just trying to rebuild ourselves and start fresh. And I'm slowly trying to get back in a place where I feel comfortable to start doing stuff for me and her again. So just redecorating, just baby steps, and hopefully by the end of the year I'll be able to go back to work. But the pain does affect everyday life. You can't function. It's just constantly there all the time, and there's not much you can do to get rid of it. The discomfort of it. It's really, really challenging. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope today goes well, and I look forward to hearing back about the report.
Wow. So those were the words of Lavinia Shanti, and just describing the impact of the PBC diagnosis and what comes with the condition, the lack of knowledge. And we'll be talking about these features very, very shortly, but I'd like to now bring on our third video, which will be reassuring to Bob, in the sense that it's another male patient. So we're going to hear now from Roger Cook, who will be sharing his experience of his diagnosis and his life living with PBC.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Richard Cook, and I was born and raised in rural northeastern Michigan. Although I moved away during my university and working years, my wife and I moved back to my boyhood home after our retirement. While traveling in 2016, I tripped and fell, fracturing my left hip. I was diagnosed with osteoporosis, but I had no way of knowing at that time that the condition was likely related to my undiscovered PBC. I first learned about PBC in March of 2019. By a stroke of good luck, my family doctor had ordered a liver panel as part of my routine checkup. He noticed a highly elevated alkaline phosphatase level and recommended that I travel to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota where they could investigate the cause. At Mayo, I was diagnosed with PBC. I was prescribed ursodiol, and 6 months later, my ALP had come down to near normal range. Over time, the levels have risen again, and my Mayo specialist has recommended testing again in 6 months to determine what's next. I'm hopeful that ursodiol will remain effective for my treatment because the alternatives are limited. I'd like to briefly address how PBC has affected my life. I've always been an active, highly energetic person. As a chemistry professor and later as a dean and college president, I was known for my work ethic and stamina. I have lived a lifetime of physical activity, including recreational basketball, power walking, and weight training. As an adult, I earned a black belt in Okinawan karate. I tell you these things to contrast my earlier circumstances with my condition now. During the past 4 years, I've had a significant decline in my health. I've lost 20 pounds of muscle mass, and my loss of strength has been dramatic. I now climb stairs with difficulty because of leg weakness, and I struggle with balance and dizziness issues. Muscle pain and joint stiffness have become obstacles to my daily activities, and my energy levels have flagged. I need to rest more now, and I'm more restricted in the things that I can do. It can be disheartening to feel so limited, and sometimes I blame myself for being lazy or unproductive. During those times, I have to remind myself of the pernicious nature of PBC and of the similar symptoms that others experience with this disease. I refuse to give in to PBC without a fight. I'm trying to do my part by being as active as I can and maintaining a healthful diet. I avoid stressing my liver. I don't drink alcohol or take medications or supplements unless recommended by my doctor. I live with my disease and accept its symptoms, but I have lingering concerns about PBC's progression and how much more limiting my symptoms may become. I'm thankful for the research that's being done on PBC and for therapeutics that can slow the progression of the disease. I don't expect a cure or a reversal of symptoms in my lifetime, but I'm hopeful that the progression of PBC can be slowed or stopped for me and my fellow PCBers. And let's all resolve that younger generations will not have to suffer from this disease. We're thankful for people who are determined to understand and fight PBC. It means a lot to us to know there are others who understand the challenges of chronic progressive liver disease and to know that they are committed to countering it. It's been my privilege to be with you today. Thank you for listening and best wishes with your important work.
And again, thank you very much to Roger Cook for those words, and again for sharing his experience. Again, it's immensely powerful, and we'll be using some of the topics that are brought up in those videos to really get to the PBC experience and what it means to live with PBC. Before we come on to our live presenters, I want to run another poll question now with you, because we have an international panel of expertise, and it would be great to think that we have an international audience as well. So we're going to run a panel question now for you, and we're going to ask you, where do you live? And we're asking you just in continents. So are you in Africa, Antarctica? If you're in Antarctica, I do hope you've got a good connection, better than my connection. Are you in Asia? Are you in Australasia or Oceania? Are you in Europe, North America, or South America? So again, we're just going to give you a few moments just to pop an answer in there, in which continent. So it says, where do you live? You might be somewhere else right now. You might be in Antarctica on holiday. Good luck with that. And I hope your connection is a lot smoother than we're experiencing at the moment, but that will improve very, very shortly. Okay, so we're going to give you 10, 9, 8, and you can count it down. So this is your last opportunity to tell us where you are in the world, and then we'll close that poll. And again, you'll very quickly see the screen come up, and that will tell us where we are. Okay, so let's. Okay, so we've got 80% are in North America, we've got 17% in Europe, we've got somebody in Australia. I will say, good day, must be nighttime by now, it must be early in the morning, so thank you so much for joining us in Australia and in Asia as well. Delighted to have you here, so thank you very much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, and please do be part of the conversation. We're seeing the questions come in, which is great. We're seeing the chat filling up with comments and questions as well. So please do be an active part of today. So what we'd like to do now is move on to the next part of this particular section. And what we're looking at is, how does PBC affect my life? So what we'd like to do now is invite a number of live panelists to firstly share their experience with you, talk about how PBC has affected their life, and then from there we will open things up and we will make sure that we interactively answer your questions. So first off, I'm going to invite Leslie Strata to speak to us and to tell us all about her personal experience of living with PBC. Leslie, all yours. Thank you very much. Okay, just checking, Leslie. I think there.
Yes, I am here. Yes, thank you. I am in native Texan. I'm reside in Houston at the moment, and it's grateful for the opportunity to speak today and share my patient experience with PBC. A little bit about me. I'm a daughter and sister, the eldest of 3. I'm an aunt to a couple of nieces and nephews, a friend. I still have my BFF from the 6th grade. I'm an HR executive, a transformational coach, a volunteer, and most important to me, a patient advocate. My experience, as you will hear from many of us, is unique and different, as we all are. I was diagnosed with PBC in the summer of 2007. It has been scary, uncomfortable, and overwhelming at times. I felt like I was forced to consider my mortality at the young age of 43. And during that period of uncertainty, try to figure out how I would navigate all of the unknowns and decipher the information, or most of the time misinformation, that swirls around on the internet. And there's a reason that we in the PBC community say don't use Dr. Google, because there's a lot of information out there. Some stays on the internet for a really long time, even after new advancements are made. I basically had to make a choice about how I would live my life with PBC. So having PBC has definitely humbled me. It has taught me that it's okay to be vulnerable. And it's through that vulnerability that I'm called to advocate, not only for myself, but for all of us who are trying to manage this confusing, ever-changing autoimmune liver disease. My diagnosis was somewhat by chance. I was having symptoms of fatigue. I was sensitive to cold, having some hair loss, some weight gain. I had been told most of my life, those are normal phases of going into your 40s. So I believe that must be what I was experiencing. That's what most of us female PBC patients are told when we begin to present with symptoms. And that is just not unacceptable. We shouldn't be dismissed as that's just a part of aging as a female. So I continued to pursue what was happening after multiple lab draws. I was diagnosed with Hashimoto's thyroid disease. At that time, I didn't know that that was an autoimmune condition, but I now know that it is very common to have more than one autoimmune diagnosis. I personally have 4: Hashimoto's thyroid disease, PBC, psoriasis, and rosacea. And due to the nature of the various diagnoses, many of us are required to have care teams in multiple different specialties, making that coordinated care extremely important in how we are treated. My treatment for thyroid disease actually decreased the fatigue, the sensitivity cold, the hair loss, the weight gain. But what didn't change for me was the high liver enzymes. So after additional blood work, an ultrasound, a CT scan, the doctor still said there didn't show any visible signs of anything going on. So I was told that the liver enzymes would at some point go down and not to be too concerned about it. Well, that didn't happen. So fast forward 3 years, I had moved to Austin, Texas. I was establishing a relationship with a new endocrinologist to manage my thyroid disease. And she pointed out again, these liver enzymes are way high. I have a gastroenterologist colleague across the complex. Please go see him. So I went across, made the appointment. That visit resulted in more blood work and ultimately a liver biopsy. So I don't remember much after the doctor told me I had PBC, and it was stage 0 to 1. He went on to explain that there wasn't a cure. There was only one therapy at the time. Most responded well, but some don't. Some get symptoms, fatigue and pruritus, the most common, but some don't. And where it really got garbled, and I think I kind of just spaced out, was that he said the progression of PBC could lead to cirrhosis, and I may eventually need a liver transplant. You know, it was kind of like in that bubble, in that moment of what is happening? What am I being told? So I drove home. I called the doctor back, made another appointment because I had to go back and re-listen to everything. It was just overwhelming for me. Now, I was extremely fortunate that for the first 11 years of my diagnosis, I was a responder to URSO, the first-line therapy. But at a routine follow-up, just to monitor labs in 2018, my enzymes actually were higher than when I was originally diagnosed. And a second biopsy was done, and I was told my liver disease, my PBC, had progressed to stage 3. At that time, I was also grateful to learn that there was a second line therapy that, in conjunction with my current therapy, had shown to be successful in patients that hadn't yet progressed to cirrhosis. But there were many possible side effects, including pruritus. So here we go again. I'm like, what? I'm fairly asymptomatic. I don't have itching, and you're telling me that my second line therapy may cause me to have pruritus and some of those other symptoms. So at this point, I had to make the decision, right? I had to get with my patient care team. I had to educate myself, and I had to really understand what taking that next therapy was going to be. So I took the risk, right? I mean, the goal is to stop the progression of the disease. And if this treatment was going to help me do that, that was the risk that I was willing to take. Now, I'm very grateful to say that I'm responding to both therapies, still mostly asymptomatic. The itching and fatigue comes and goes, but I do have to monitor where that itching is coming from, because I do have psoriasis as well. So I can't always assume that the itching is from the PBC. Now, what I do and how I do take care of myself, I meditate. I try really hard to practice mindfulness and stay positive. I keep my mental and emotional health in check. Not only am I a coach, but I have a coach. I have therapy, and I have this wonderful support group of PBCers who I can rely on when I'm not feeling well, and who can support me and I can support back. I watch my nutrition. I make sure to build in some physical activity each day. Some days it's just a stretch or two. Other days I can go on a 3-mile walk. I have to listen to my body. I have to listen to my mind. And I have to make sure that I'm not blaming myself or guilting myself into doing something that I'm just not physically capable of doing for that day. While I try to do all of those things and continue with that mindfulness and meditation and positivity, there are those times when I get completely still and in that quiet space, despite my efforts to take care of myself and practice everything that I can. I start to question, is my disease progressing even with my best efforts? Will I become a non-responder to my second line therapy? And, what if that happens? Is there going to be a third line therapy? Is there going to be another treatment to help me? But that question that still weighs the heaviest on me, and probably will for a long time, is, will I need a liver transplant? So that is always going to be in the back of my mind. And while the ultimate hope is for a cure for PBC, I mostly remain hopeful that patient-focused drug development and meetings like these will lead to therapies that not only alleviate the symptoms of PBC, but stop the progression. Because that's really, really critical right now, especially for those of us who are trying to do everything that we can. And I'm just grateful that there are professionals, that there are medical teams are out there, and that there are people that are looking out for those of us with PBC. And I know those therapies will come. And I just want to thank you again for your time today and allowing me to share my story and my experience.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Leslie. Delighted to have you here. Thank you for sharing that. We will come back to you shortly for part of the discussion panel. So thank you for that just now. I very much appreciate your time and your expertise here. So thank you. Now what we're going to do now, we're going to invite Carol Roberts to speak to you and share some of her experience. Carol can speak both of her personal experience and of her organizational experience as well. So Carol, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning. I'm Carol Roberts from snowy Rochester, New York. I was diagnosed with PBC early in 1999. At that time, I was extremely fatigued, jaundiced, but I was also in need of a hysterectomy. So I didn't know what else was what was caused by that, if it would all disappear after my surgery. It didn't. And so I went to see a gastroenterologist, and I was very quickly, in comparison to a lot of other patients, diagnosed with PBC. The shocking part was that I heard a lot of people on the support group talking about their stage. And so I went to see him and I said, you know, everybody's talking about stage. I want to know what mine is so that, you know, I can level it, because there were a lot of people in the group at that point who were really, really sick and they had stage 4. So much to my surprise, he said, "You're stage 4." And I said, "No, that's the really, really sick people. I'm not that sick." But I really was, and just not realizing it. So I went through a lot of my PVC experience without realizing that's what it was. Had severe itching to the point that parts of my body looked like I'd been in a car accident because they were so bruised from not scratching. I tried to just rub it, and I guess I was rubbing harder than I thought. So I started on Urso, and I was doing amazing on it. My numbers were dropping rapidly, but they never went normal. They always stayed above normal. And I felt better, but I was still tired. I was grateful that it had dropped. And of course, at that point, there was no other option other than taking the Urso. So I was happy to remain stable. I asked my doctor, what does this mean? And, you know, if I have cirrhosis. And he said, well, we'll treat any symptoms of cirrhosis that pop up until we can, and then we'll head you off for a transplant. I said, okay. So I left that office and went and sat in my car and just absolutely fell apart. Gained control. At that point, I had a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old. The 19-year-old was away at college. And the 14-year-old, when I told her, said to me, "It's not cancer, right, Mom?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, they got medicine, right?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "You're good." And so that was the 14-year-old view of what was going on. So things seemed to calm down. I was working full time and realized that it was affecting my job. I worked for a company that had retail outlets, and I wrote a check for $87 to cover the rental space that should have been $87,000. So at that point, I decided perhaps I needed to leave my job. I was fortunate enough that I was able to do that. And being home and living life as I needed to, resting when I wanted, getting up when I wanted, seemed to help. And I started improving, going along. After a few years, I decided maybe I would try part-time. So I took a part-time job. And shortly thereafter, my older daughter decided to give me my first grandson, who I left my job and became the caretaker of. Surprisingly enough, 10 months later, she gave me a second grandson. So here I was, now taking care of 2 rambunctious little boys running around. But I felt well enough to do that. I really enjoyed it, and I think it helped me focus on that. I had also joined the PBCers organization as a conference organizer and became involved in that. So I took care of the boys until they were in 2nd and 3rd grade. And at that point, I had become more involved in the PBCers organization. I was starting to travel and do meetings with them. So I sent them over to regular daycare, and Grandma went off to be a big time advocate for PBC patients. It's really strange for me to be telling my personal story, because so many times when I'm out in public and talking about PBC, it's usually the combined story of the thousands of people that I have met and listened to. And because I always felt I was doing so well, that I didn't want people to look at me and say, well, she can run around and do all this, you know, PBC must not be that bad. So I always wanted to make sure that they got to see everyone else's stories also. So I progressed, going along, and along comes the fall of 2020, and my ALP and bilirubin started to rise. And so we decided I should possibly get evaluated for a transplant after 25 years of stability. That was a little surprising. I had pretty much decided that my native liver was going to see me through the rest of my life. By the end of 2020, my liver just tanked, and along with it, it took my kidneys. So in January, I spent every week in the hospital having paracentesis done, and they were removing between 3 and 5 liters of fluid weekly. By April, my kidneys were really starting to crash, and I was in the hospital and finishing all the evaluation tests. So I finally was listed for transplant on May 1st, and I was transplanted on May 6th, which is very unheard of. I thought I was going to have a long wait, and they said, no, you're not leaving this hospital without a liver. And because your kidneys are in such bad shape, you're getting priority points on your MELD score. So I became the next patient in line for my blood group in my area for a liver. And that call came. And fortunately it did, because they told me I probably would not, it was a Friday, they told me I probably would not have seen Monday without that liver. So I was through the experience I never thought I would see. Transplant is a wonderful thing when you need it, but it is not easy. So I would, getting sick enough to need one, and then the shortage of donated organs is not the solution. I feel very fortunate that Lise Urso slowed my progression for so many years. But what if there had been another treatment? Every PBC patient has a different journey. And because the theory is that you're genetically predisposed and something could trigger PBC to set it off, we don't know what that trigger is. There may be different triggers for each person because each of our personal health histories are so different. So we really need to look at many options for the patient. Until we find the cause of PBC, patients will need treatments that work for their personal history and can help improve their quality of life. The patients are really grateful for companies looking into treatments for PBC, and we appreciate their efforts to include our voices in creating clinical trials and listening to what we need to do to improve our lives. The PBC community also appreciates the FDA taking the time today to hear all of the patient voices and learn from us how PBC affects our lives and what we need. I hope this gives you useful knowledge when reviewing new treatments currently in clinical trials. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful, Carol. Thank you very much for that introduction to your personal experience, and delighted to have you here today, healthy. So delighted. We will come back to you again with questions, and I'd like to pick a little more again about your personal expertise, but also to open up the PBCers experience and I'll look at some of the ways that you're partnering, for example, medics and things. So vis-a-vis some of the questions that will come in. So I'll look forward to that conversation with you. In the meantime, we're going to invite our next panelist to introduce herself now. So I'm going to leave you with Mo Christie now. So Mo, if you can come and say hi and introduce yourself, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Hi, I'm Mo Christie. I'm 50 and I live in beautiful Scotland with my husband Mark and our daughter Eve, who's 16. I was diagnosed with PBC in 2007 and a non-responder to Urso. Initially, my symptoms had been joint pain and fatigue. So when I went to see my doctor, I was referred to rheumatology for the joint pain, and the fatigue was put down to me being a new mum. My daughter was only a few months old at the time, so they thought the fatigue was related to that. It was about 3 months after that I developed a really severe itch, and went back to see my doctor. She ran some routine bloods, and at that time, that's when it was identified that my liver function was high, and I had a liver biopsy to confirm the diagnosis. The itch was awful. My skin was always broken, bruised and bleeding, and that always led to infections. I couldn't sleep, which added to the fatigue, and it was taking a huge toll on my mental health. I tried lots of medication for the itch, Questrin, rivampicin, naltrexone, some of which had really bad side effects. I started having plasmapheresis, so I had 2-week intensive treatments where I stayed in the hospital and had it every day, and then I started having it 3 days a week as an outpatient. But the treatment took 3 to 4 hours each session, and it was a 100-mile round trip for us to go to susceptible to infection and had to be removed multiple times. My quality of life was really poor at this point. I was too sore and tired to spend any time with my family, and I felt like my daughter's childhood was passing me by. I was first assessed for transplant in 2012 for the itch, but it was agreed that I wouldn't be listed at that time, and we would revisit all the treatments again, and we would try light therapy. I had to be sure that everything had been exhausted before I took the next, which was a really big step, and be listed for transplant. I knew transplant wasn't a cure at that stage. I knew that the fatigue and joint pain would still be present, but that it would relieve the itch for me. So I worked through all the treatments again, but still nothing worked. So I continued with plasmapheresis to take the edge off the itch. But I had a blood clot due to the central line, so I had to be removed and the treatment stopped at that point. I was reassessed for transplant in June 2013, by which time my quality of life had deteriorated further. I was listed at the end of June, and due to my need being quality of life, not end of life, I did expect to wait quite some time before I got my call, so I was really surprised to get my call just 2 weeks later. My first transplant was a part liver, but there was complications. My spleen ruptured and had to be removed, and my stomach was damaged and had to be repaired. Although when I came round, even just being out of surgery and feeling so unwell, I could already feel the difference, and the itch had completely gone at that point. About a week later, the repair to my stomach burst and I needed emergency surgery for that. So I was back in intensive care and in critical condition. I made it out of intensive care and I was back on the ward when we received the devastating news that one of the blood supplies to my newly transplanted liver had failed. They didn't know how long my liver would last at that point, so the advice was to be relisted for transplant, and I was put on the emergency list. Amazingly, I waited only 36 hours for another match to be found for me. My daughter was 7 at that time, and she hadn't been able to visit me in the hospital, but I was told that a special visit could be arranged if I wanted her to come in. And it was at that point that I realised they were giving me the opportunity to say goodbye. I was really struggling at that point, worried that my choice to have transplant to improve my quality of life had left me urgently needing. I'm sorry. Urgently needing a second transplant to save my life. I received the whole liver during my second transplant, but the surgery was tricky due to the previous complications. I suffered a bleed on my chest and needed blood transfusions, so I was ventilated and put into a medically induced coma for a few days to let my body recover. My recovery was slow, and having been in bed for 6 weeks, my mobility was limited. I came home in a wheelchair, only able to walk a few steps. It's been almost 9 years since my transplant, and the itch has never returned. And I've had no issues at all with rejection. I still manage chronic fatigue and pain, which do still have a huge impact on my life and my day-to-day, but the relief from the itch was life-changing. I'm so grateful to my donors and their families because they've made such a huge difference to our family. I know some people might find it difficult to understand why I chose a liver transplant just because I had itchy skin, and I'd have to say at points I was thinking the same. But the itch associated with PBC can be brutal and relentless. And we desperately need a new treatment for the itch so that transplant doesn't need to be considered as a treatment for that. Thank you for the opportunity to tell my story today. Apologies for getting a bit upset, but that's the bit that always gets me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo, and no apologies. It's an incredible story to tell, and thank you for your bravery and your honesty and your openness. And I say that to all three of our speakers today who have shared their experience. So thank you very much for that. So we'll come back to you very shortly. We'll open up the discussion because there are some questions that are coming in the chat room, and we have some questions that we'd like to share. But before we do that, I want to share a screen with our audience. Now today on one of the things that we want to cover is the situation in terms of living with PBC, and we have individual patients to tell their stories. We also have our friends at the PBC Foundation, at the Canadian PBC Society, and the PBCers who are sharing their knowledge as well. And Carol is here from the PBCers. So I want to share with you some of the PBC experience. When you talk about PBC, when you hear about PBC, you'll often be told that PBC has two main symptoms, which are fatigue and itch. So what we did with the PBC Foundation, using their app technology, we held a survey, and so far we've had 145 respondents come back. And one of the questions was, which symptoms have you experienced due to your PBC? And unsurprisingly to us in the know, it wasn't just two symptoms that came back. There were actually 7 symptoms that came back, with over 50% of patients saying that these symptoms affected my quality of life. So the biggest one is fatigue, which comes in at 83.5%. Itch, we have 61.5%. Dry eyes and dry mouth, we have at 61.5%. Upper right, so pain in the upper right abdomen. Again, this is something that patients share with us all the time that isn't talked about. And we had 63.5% of our patients responding who said that they experienced this. We also had bone pain, muscle pain, and joint pain, all at 79 or 69%. I wanted to include nausea because, there's only, I say only, that 38% of the respondents said that they experienced nausea, but I wanted to share that with you just to let you know that not everybody with PBC said yes to every symptom. It is a very much an individualized experience, and there's no such thing as the patient journey. There's no such thing as one particular experience, and that's a really, really important part to share with you. So the next slide I want to share with you, we asked, of all your symptoms, which 3 are most impactful in a negative way on your life? So unsurprisingly, fatigue came in at 78%. Itch came in at 32%, and bone pain, muscle pain, and joint pain all came in at 45%. So this is significant in the sense that this is the most impactful symptom that somebody with PBC is living with. Okay. We also asked, is there an impact upon your quality of life? So does PBC interfere with, and we asked 3 questions. We asked you, does it interfere with your work? Does it interfere with your daily routine? And does it interfere with your sleep? I've tried to put these in one slide. As we do our report after the event, we're going to open this up into multiple slides. I'm just going to share with you one slide, and hopefully this will explain the current situation and the answers. So we've put everyone together. So for example, if you said that my PBC has no impact upon my work, then we have those people there. If you said that PBC has no impact on my daily routine, that's those people in there. And if we said that my PBC has no impact on my sleep, then that's those people there. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. So what we wanted to do was look at what that means in real terms. Okay, so we've got the graph that we've got. Now, when you look at the people who said to any of the questions that PBC has no interference at all, you'll see that it's only 10.7%. So that's almost 90% of patients that are having an impact on their life because of the symptoms of PBC. When you look at mild interference, so at a score of 1 to 3, again, it's 20.8%. When you look at moderate interference, we're looking at 28.2%. And then when we come to severe interference, it's even more patients. It's the biggest single group, and that's 40.3%. So that's 40% of PBC patients are reporting that their PBC impacts severely upon their work, their daily routine, and their sleep. And when you combine the moderate and the severe together, we are looking at an experience of 68.5%. That's almost 70% of patients who explain to us that actually they have a moderate to severe experience that has an impact on their work, their daily routine, and their sleep. I just wanted to share that with you before we opened up the topic to conversations. So what we're going to do now, we're going to change the view. Hopefully you can see everybody on your screen. So we're going to have a conversation with Leslie, with Carol, with Mo. And we're hoping as well that Marco will come back and be part of this conversation because we have one or two technical questions that we'd actually like a clinician's point. So my first question is, we know that when we talk about PBC and its impact on our lives, okay? So there was a study that was presented in poster form at the AASLD, the American Association Study of Liver Disease, in poster at 2017. And what it highlighted was that when accessing patient support group services, 87% of patients could better manage their symptoms, 89% of patients were making more informed decisions about their PBC care, and 93% of patients felt less alone. So, as president of the PBCers, Carol, I'd love to come to you first. And can you tell us a little bit about your experience within the PBCers and what your thoughts are? So I know it's completely obvious to everyone here in the room, but in terms of people who are in the audience, what can you tell us about the impact that patient support groups have on the quality of life of PBC patients? So Carol, could you maybe share your answer with us first, please? And you're muted. We got you. Thank you.
And to unmute myself. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my experience with the PBCers came as a patient in the beginning. I mean, that was how I actually found them. A person that was a friend of my mother's had searched the internet to make my mother feel better. And my mother handed me all these printouts. And next to the PBCers organization, in my mother's handwriting, I still have this piece of paper, says, "This is a good one." So I went online and was watching the postings. I wasn't posting anything. And I saw that there was a person who was posting. She had my maiden name as her last name, and she lived not that far away from me. So I contacted her and met her. And she went ahead and said, "They're having a conference in Vegas. You should go." So I was only a year into my diagnosis with PBC when I attended my first patient conference. And I sat in the back row. I was a very shy person and didn't speak to anyone, which a lot of people now say, "But Carol, you never shut up." But back then I sat in the back row and I talked to two people, one on each side of me, and that was it. The following year, I returned, or 2 years later, I returned to the next conference, and I was walking down this big hallway at the Flamingo Hotel, and this woman stands up in the restaurant and points at me and said, "You have PBC." And I was like, I didn't realize anybody could tell from looking at me. But it was one of the original members of the executive committee of the group, and they befriended me. And little did I realize it was a hook and line situation where they were going to start reeling me in and get farther and farther into the group. So as of last year, when we lost Lenny, I became president. But I know from when I was first diagnosed, I saw an article in the newspaper here in Rochester that they were having a transplant awareness meeting to talk about the latest in transplantation. And of course, at that point, I figured that was going to happen to me very soon, since I already had cirrhosis of the liver. So the person signing people in at that meeting asked me, why I was there, and I explained that I had PBC, and she said, "Oh, that's what I had, and I had a transplant for that." So I looked at this woman and thought, gee, she looks pretty good. If she can do that, I can do that. I'm going to be okay. And it was a wonderful day. But getting in with the PBCers organization and meeting all of the patients that I've met over the 25 years, that feeling is so much better when you're the first person that someone meets. And that face-to-face personal contact is just amazing. It works as well online, but it's not quite as good as the actual having the person in front of you. But I know how many people have come into the Facebook chats or on our email digest, and they are just absolutely lost. And I can tell you, every time it brings you right back to your diagnosis and how you felt. And just, talking to them. I had just gotten home from the hospital, and I had a phone call from a woman in Florida. And actually, she left a message, and I called her because she was so devastated. And I spent 2 hours on the phone with her, talking to her. Never mentioned how ill I was at the time. So when she found out later what had happened, like 5 days later, she was absolutely amazed that we had had this long conversation. But it gives you an outlet. You don't feel like there's some things you want to or can discuss with friends and family. So it gives you a chance to communicate with people who really can understand what you're going through and what you're feeling.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. Thank you. Leslie, one of the key things is, listen to your body, which again, in the room here, we know this, we appreciate this. But knowing your self-management, knowing your coaching techniques, can you share a little about your experience with patient support organizations that have been helpful in terms of you and your quality of life of living with PBC?
Yeah, I think that being a part of a larger group and hearing how other people manage PBC, being able to share with each other what works. At the top of this, we started off saying each of us has a very, very different experience and how we approach it. I think for me, the emotional support and knowing that someone else understands my experience, even though they may not be having the same symptoms or going through the same situation, just someone that to be able to connect with that understands that process and to be able to share. I don't want to seem Pollyanna, because it is not easy to stay positive and it is not easy to manage some days. But I will say that being able to talk to someone who maybe has experienced what you have, I think Carol's experience, Mo's experience with, transplantation, for those of us who really may not want to dwell on that, but understand that is potentially something that we may go through and experience, having them share their courage, Sorry. Having that support and those folks who lead the way and have some hope for the possibility that it's possible to have life after PBC, as you will. That's what makes these groups extremely helpful and why we need each other.
Absolutely. Gosh. I'm the hardened old pro, and you three are tearing me apart here. So thank you, and I say thank you. But it's such to share that with. Thank you. So, what would you have any thoughts as well on the same question, please?
Yes, when I was first diagnosed, I didn't really know where to turn for information and support at that point. After diagnosis, I went to see my local GP, and she was going to sort me out with the URSO and how much I needed in that. And it was actually her that said to me, "Don't Google, you'll scare yourself, just don't Google." And then, so I went home that day, and the next morning when I got up, my GP had found support online and had been to my door and posted it through my letterbox to find in the morning, which was just amazing. And it was the PBC Foundation that she directed me to. But I had been her first patient with PBC, so she had taken that effort to go and do that for me, and had delivered it through the door. And I was connected to the PBC Foundation at that point, and that was where I went for support when I was newly diagnosed. And then following my transplant, I then became a volunteer for the PBC Foundation. And at that point, the area that I live in Scotland didn't have a volunteer, so we arranged some local support meetings, and then I really started to think that I'd found my people. Being able to speak to someone who understands what you're going through is just amazing. Even family members, you can explain to them, they can see what you go through, but they don't know just what it's like. So I had a core of about 10 or 12, all women that were in my group, that joined us regularly for meetings. We became friends. It wasn't just a support meeting at that point, it went beyond that. We've held some fundraising events, we've been out for get-togethers, and it's made a huge difference being able to connect with people like that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. A great answer, all of you. Thank you very much for sharing that. Marco, can I come to you? So we heard from Bob earlier, and we heard from Roger as well. And I think it's quite reassuring for them to see that there are other male patients with PBC. One of the questions that's come up is, do we know why it's 90% of PBC patients are women?
We don't really know, actually. So there has been studies from my mentor Pietro Invernizzi. Has been studied for 20 years. This issue has been studied, the X chromosome, and the recent published as a lead of a massive collaboration from US to Japan, with the genome advanced technology, the X chromosome. But actually, I mean, there is a deep dive into the X chromosome now that it just started with, thanks to this work, and hopefully we will get some answer. In the past, someone has called, the hormones. Someone else has called the exposure. And actually all the the exposure that are reported in the literature, chemicals, for example, are at least have been used most by women, but actually probably that's not enough. So the answer, we don't really know. There are epidemiological study recently that have been used a different approach to capture the information. They've been using the registry, the national registries, and they highlighted that actually this difference between men and women is not that strong. But actually, I personally don't believe in this data, because they are administrative data, and they are not as granular as the national database coming from expert centers. So I can confirm it's a female disease, which has been put in doubt in the last years, but and we need to figure out why women are more affected.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Now, I know we have 3 sections today. We're looking just now at clinical parts of PBC and how PBC can affect us. And part 2, we're going to look at the clinical landscape, so treatments and how they have an impact or not on living with PBC. And then the third part, we'll be looking at clinical trials today, clinical trials of the future. As well as clinical trials. Now, many of the people interested in the audience are interested in either conducting clinical trials, being part of clinical trials. But the other part as well that's really worth mentioning is the benefit of being part of a registry. So, Carol, I know that the PBCers have a registry, for example. Marco, I know you've done work in Italy with registries. We have the global PBC group, and we'll hear from Bettina Hansen later on today. And we have the UK PBC registry as well. So we have a whole number of registries. And I just want to highlight the importance of patients being involved and sharing your information, sharing your experience, so that together we can be part of the picture. So Carol, do you want to say a little about the PBC registry, please? The PBCers.
Yeah, the PBC registry became a pet project of mine in the past. Part of the reason was that being diagnosed at stage 4, I was never able to participate in a lot of the clinical trials. And then the way clinical trials at that time were set up, where most of them were on either coast of the US, and we weren't hitting into the middle section. It gets harder and harder as there's more trials to get patients into them, because there's only so many patients and we have to, split them between them. And there's a natural hesitancy of people to become, as they would think of themselves, as a guinea pig. So not being able to participate in a trial for any reason, whether it was your choice, distance, whatever, the registry gives everyone a chance to be a part of the solution, because our combined health histories are what is going to help solve the issue. And all it takes is you filling out the forms and submitting it and keeping them updated. So we spent many years looking at how we could provide that. The big issues for us were the fact that we are an all-volunteer organization and everything depends upon grants. I hated to start a registry that would require financial commitment and then not be able to fulfill that. So we looked long and hard, and we ended up partnering with Sanford Courts, and that was available to us and is funded so that there's no financial responsibility for us. It's maintained by a grant that they have that should last several hundred years. But the other part that we liked about it was that there was also no fee for researchers to access it, so that we felt that would help even small studies get done. If you don't have to come up with a lot of money to access our registry, then you could do it for a smaller project. Of course, right as we were bringing this out, the world was attacked by COVID, and we haven't had the in-person able to, get. So it's in my hope. I always look for bigger numbers than I have, but we're moving forward and getting more and more. And when we have hopefully, after being canceled 3 times, we get to have our patient conference in October this year. We'll be able to actually demonstrate to people and show them how to sign up and get them going. I do think one thing that would be helpful is if we tried to, there's so many registries, which they all started, with good intentions, and there's no way that we probably ever would have made just one. but I think it would be very helpful if we all settled on the same set of questions so that we are asking the same things. And then if someone pulls from all the different registries, they would be able to compare it, be comparing apples to apples instead of trying to change them. So that would be one of my hopes of something that we could do going forward. But I encourage everybody at every chance, they're like, I can't be in a trial, I can't do this. And I'm like, but this you can do. This is easy. And please do.
No, absolutely. Perfect, thank you. Now, I know that the Canadian PBC Society also has a registry for Canadian patients, which again is immensely helpful. Mo, I know you're a volunteer at the PBC Foundation. Could you maybe share a little about the app and maybe some of what it's doing in terms of the lived experience? Now, I know I quoted some of the data that came from a survey that we did at GLI specifically for this event. But could you maybe share a little more information?
Yeah, the PBC Foundation app's been a godsend. It's given access to all the information that was previously available in the compendium, which was a bigger document, but we were able to get access to that via the app. I would promote the UK PBC through my support group, but post-transplant I wasn't able to contribute to that. But what the foundation app gave us access to was surveys. So encouraging people to be part of UK PBC, but also then encouraging people to take the surveys that were on the app so that we could have some input into the discussion around things to come. So the importance of that's been great, not just for the access to the information, but for the survey side of it as well.
Okay, perfect. That's really helpful. Thank you. Marco, I know you've done one or two pieces of work on registries. So as a clinician who's done some of this work, what can you say to patients who maybe, are thinking about getting involved or not quite sure? Or can you maybe share just really briefly some of the success stories that the registries have brought in sharing the information and experience of patients?
So I think it's very easy to convince patients to get involved in the registry because, and once you explain that the aim of the registry that is first of all to get a snapshot on the epidemiology of a disease which is rare and is not captured by, for example, national administrative registries, and it's important for the knowledge development of the disease, and it might improve the therapeutics available. But I think one of the major success of the registry in my experience has been the increased awareness among the general gastroenterology society, all the general pathologists. If I think at Italy, there are very few centers looking after patients with PBC and PAC, and the majority of our liver center developed, for obvious reason, great experience on viral hepatitis. So the thing that changed over the last few years for the change of the landscape in hepatology, the cure hepatitis C, and so many center, there is an increase of interest, first of all, on rare disease and on PBC, but also the fact that in 2017 we started the national registry, and now we include 57 centers, and we are talking about not tertiary center, also very small center, including just looking after 2 patients with PBC, and we see them involved in collecting the data and in providing information for the epidemiological component, but also for the scientific components. And all these people in the registry, we used to meet once, twice a year for an update and for and we invite all of them to propose projects. So we have several centers from the the south of the country, the center of the country, that carry a project in PBC, and this means making them empower them in the clinical component PBC, so becoming better clinician on this rare disease and on the scientific component. But also this means having gastroenterologists and hepatologists, everyone in the country, providing education to the general practitioner. So, and this makes the information more granular, because that's the point. I've been hearing a lot of the issues related to the delay referral and a late diagnosis of many years sometimes. Last a couple of days ago, I diagnosed a patient after 30 years of disease. She was just diagnosed because the symptom had been ignored, not for negligence, probably because just because she was unlucky to end up in the with GP that were not trained enough, probably. And so this is so the major point of the registry is, apart from the scientific and epidemiological component, is it's a push to increase the awareness of rare disease, of the symptoms that might trigger specific investigations. And I think that's great. We can see we see the increase in the interest of patients and all physicians, all kind of gastroenterologists coming to to the conferences. This is I think a good feedback.
Okay, perfect. That's helpful. So I just want to comment about the fact that we do have some Q&A. So we have some questions in the Q&A section. Marco has very kindly agreed to type answers to the more technical things, which are a sidestep from the main topic of conversation. But Marco, if you're able to do that, we'd be enormously grateful.
Sure.
Now, we have had a question with regard to diet. Now, I'm not aware of any diet that has been proven to have benefit in terms of PBC or as disease progression itself, but we hear often from patients about the impact that diet can have in terms of their symptom and their symptom management. Now, Leslie, can I come to you? Again, none of us are clinically trained, but just can you share a little of your experience in terms of in any positive impact that diet has had on you and your symptom management, please?
Yeah, so let's just say I'm a reformed junk food junkie and diet soda recoverer. I have found personally that when I reduce those inflammation causing foods, lower sodium, less trans fat, the processed sugars, when I can take those out of my diet and eat more whole foods, I mean, it's generally just what the nutritionists have been telling us for years, but our diets and, our Western diet and our fast food and our convenience foods have potentially created, and there's more and more research going on right now about that, have just created these shifts in gut bacteria, inflammation. And so for me, I did get a dietitian and work with a dietitian for several months and really got that planned out. I personally have had my gut microbiome checked. And so for me personally, those were the things that helped me and that I've been able to do. So, just the following that Mediterranean type diet, following, not having a lot of the sodium and inflammation inducing items in your meals definitely have helped me.
That's helpful. Now, Marco and I will have very, very different conversations about healthy eating. I come from Scotland, where a healthy diet means cutting down on your deep-fried chocolate bars, but we won't discuss that today. But Carol, I know you've got some thoughts on diet, so could you maybe share some of your thoughts as well, please?
Sure. I have to say that I am not a good diet person, but I can tell you that I didn't make a lot of changes in my diet. And of course, eventually it led to transplant, but that was 25 years. So I don't think the diet would have made a difference. At this point, I really think that the effectiveness of Urso was probably wearing off. But what I like to tell people who come into the PBCers chat is that they'll ask about diet, and everyone, of course, has their opinion on what, and has proof from their own experience of what works for them and what helps. But when everybody jumps up and starts saying you have to go gluten-free, you have to eliminate this, you have to eliminate that, my advice to people when it comes to diet is if you're going to try eliminating something, do it the same way you were introduced to food as a baby. You got one item and you tried that, and if you didn't have any issues, then your mother fed you another one. So instead of eliminating everything from your diet and severely, in my opinion, affecting your quality of life, take away one thing. If that doesn't solve the issue, then that wasn't the problem, and you can go back to eating that and then try having another thing. Don't just totally feel. I mean, if someone told me back when I was first diagnosed that I had to give up chocolate and pizza and all the things that I love, especially like a good steak, I would have said, "Take me now." If I have to live without eating, what's the point? So it's just don't overdo it all at one time. Something may be the trigger for you that helps relieve your itching or make your digestive system work better, but don't overdo it all at once. Try a little at a time and find which food is bothering you, if food can even help you.
Okay, that's really helpful. I'm going to ask a question now. So there are three main aspects to PBC, as Marco highlighted. So we have the biochemistry, which is your liver tests, your blood results you're used to. We have the quality of life, which is associated with symptom burden. And then we have histological findings, and that really change with it. What we've highlighted today is that there is no one experience. So I'm going to ask around the room, and I'll come to you first, Carol, if I may. So, having been at stage 4 histology, so cirrhotic within the liver when you were diagnosed. Now that you're here, when we look at biochemistry, symptom burden, and cell damage within the liver, which do you think affects the quality of life more? And is there any one that particularly stresses you more than the others?
That's a hard question, Robert. I think I had to deal with the fact of being told that my liver was cirrhotic, and that took me quite a while to process. So there was a lot of mental handling of that. I don't think I felt any different. I didn't feel like there's this rock inside me that's, not functioning anymore. And of course that was for many years I was compensated, so it really wasn't any symptoms. When I started developing the ascites, that became a big issue for me. I mean, I couldn't walk from my bedroom to the couch without having trouble breathing. And that became a really big issue. I happened to just see a picture my daughter posted on Facebook of my mother's birthday last year in January. And I looked at my husband and I said, I can't believe I looked like that. I said, I knew I had a lot of water and fluid that needed to be drained, but I mean, seriously, I looked like I was 25 months pregnant. And I had never realized that I had that much fluid that was obvious. I thought I was hiding it from people, but I guess I wasn't doing a very good job. And I'm not sure about the rest of your question. If you
over there
want to bring up a different point for me to try and answer. But...
No, that's perfect. That's helpful. Thank you. So, Leslie, I know that when you did your first introduction, you spoke about the fact that, now that you're on your second line therapy and you're still concerned that, in the introduction, your primary concern was liver biochemistry and your results. Again, same question. Which do you think affects quality of life more?
I think for me, because...
And which one is a particular stressor to you?
Okay. I think for me, because I don't have symptoms that really impact my quality of life, I think the emotional toll, kind of the mental toll of thinking about and hearing about and learning about the possibility for transplant, and also all of the information about your biochemistry can be normal, and the liver disease can still be progressing. And so I think for me personally, it's a mental and emotional thing. If I get too involved with that, it's kind of that whatever you focus on just keeps getting stronger. And so for me, that's where my mindfulness and meditation, and that's why I continue to bring that up, right, is to do the things that I know I need to do or that work for me, and not get so stuck on the what ifs and the what coulds and the worst case scenario, I guess.
Oh, would affect your quality of life, your stress, please.
I'm sorry, Robert, you completely cut out on us there.
Okay, so I'm hoping you've got me back now.
Yes.
So I was going to come to you more with the same question. So, you were transplanted obviously because of symptom burden. Here, which of those three aspects affects your quality of life the most? And is there any particular
Sorry, Robert, I missed the end of your question there.
You can see some people moving, but I've not seen more.
Robert, I missed the end of your question there. Sorry.
So, which of those three elements stresses you the most?
When I was first diagnosed, I became a bit obsessive about tracking my liver function tests to the point where it got a bit unhealthy. But I did find quite quickly that there was no correlation to my liver function. My numbers were high and they remained high, but they fluctuated. But there was no correlation with how bad the itch was. The itch was the primary thing at that point that was affecting my quality of life. And there wasn't, for weeks where I found my itch was particularly bad, that didn't reflect in the LFTs. So I got to the point where I had to take a wee step back from being so obsessive and noting that. I did find that keeping a journal when I was going through that time was really good, just so that I could note down how I'd been feeling, how bad my symptoms had been. It was quite useful as well when I went to see the consultant. So when we went over how bad, because the itch was primarily for quality of life, it helped just to note things down. It really helped for me mentally as well, just to do that. I found it really useful. After transplant, my numbers all returned to normal, and they have remained that way for the most time. So it's not something that I would actively track now. But I did find writing down my symptoms and just being aware of how things were affecting me was really helpful.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. Thank you for your answer. Now, Donna's popped something in the chat, and it makes a really good point, and it goes back to something that Lavinia shared in her video. It says acceptance of the diagnosis is hard mentally to wrap your mind around. Now, I've been 20 years in patient support in PBC, and I've had the privilege to meet near enough 3,000 patients in my time, personally, face to face. Obviously not in the last 2 years. And what comes up regularly is that shock when you're first diagnosed. Not many people know about PBC. B, the questions that come up, the association with other liver conditions and everything else that you go through. And it's not uncommon for patients to go through the grieving process. To go through denial, to go through bargaining, to go through anger, And I think Lavinia really brought that to the fore when she presented her experience. So I'm going to go around the room now, and I'm going to ask you, in terms of coming to terms with PBC, in terms of living with PBC, in terms of accepting the diagnosis, what would you say to yourself the day after you were diagnosed with what you know now? That's a huge question. So I'm going to look around the room and see who wants to answer that. So my question is Mo, I saw you put your hand up. So
yeah, I'm happy to take that. If I could go back to just as I was diagnosed, when I was first diagnosed, the doctor that I saw at the hospital told me that, bearing in mind my daughter was less than a year at this point, told me that I had 5 to 15 years. And as a young woman at that time with a young family, it was really quite shocking. If I could go back and say to myself, I'd say breathe, just breathe. It's okay. Find the right support out there. Take control of your own care. Understand the condition. Make the effort to understand the condition, and really take control of your own care and listen to your body. It can be quite shocking, and I think you do, as my quality of life deteriorated, I did go through a bit of grieving because I felt like I wasn't able to be with my daughter when she was young. We weren't able to do the things that I would want to do. But being in control makes a huge difference once you feel confident enough to take control of your care as well.
Carol, do you have an answer on that?
I think I would tell myself, as I actually did, was to, just look at your life, decide what's important to you, who you are comfortable sharing with, and just come to terms with, living your best life as you can, but always be aware of what else you can do to possibly improve it. Although I will say that even after you do that, as you go year to year, I've said many times, at that point I was seeing my doctor every 6 months for blood work and scans. And after, many years of going through everything's fine, see you in 6 months, every time you go into that office, you're waiting for that other shoe to drop. And what's happened since the last one. So every 6 months, it's like going through it all again. So just be prepared for that. But don't feel guilty for the things you can't do. I mean, my standards of housekeeping changed from what it used to be and to what I was able to do. I've never been a cook, so not cooking didn't bother me. But just come to terms with what's important to you and what part of your life you're going to preserve. And just move forward and look for assistance from others, support from others when you need it, because we're here.
Perfect. Thank you, Carol. Leslie, would you have any thoughts on that question?
I just agree with Mo and Carol. I think I like to say for me that in an odd way, life began with my PBC diagnosis, because the things that I took for granted, and all of the things that that I was doing, just in terms of life and the decision I'd made up to that point, it all became clear to me that this was an opportunity for me to really focus on what was important to me in life, and from the people I surrounded myself with, my community, my work, that impacted me greatly. And so I agree with that. Just breathe and live. Just try to continue to live your best life and do what works well for you. And I think helping others too. I think being a part of this group and providing support has such a positive impact on me personally, knowing that maybe I can help someone else I think that's definitely helped.
I agree with that about
Okay,
helping
perfect.
others makes a chance. And even if
Marco,
it's
if I can
not
come
with
to you.
others with PBC, it's anything in your life that you can do
Yeah.
that helps and takes away from just living, your situation and dwelling on it. I know when I was in the hospital, I kept telling them, I have to go home because I have these calls to do and I have to get this done. And eventually my support system or my connection was brought to me at the hospital. So I would have to interrupt some of my treatments to get online and talk to some people and get things accomplished because I had too much to do. I couldn't lay there in bed and do nothing.
Right.
Okay, no, thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. Before I come back to you, I'm going to go to Marco now. Marco, there's a question in the chat, and again, please do keep the questions coming in, either in the Q&A session or as part of the chat. And again, please, as many comments as you can throw in the chat would be most helpful for everyone who's watching this. But Marco, I'm coming to you now. The question within the chat: does stress have an impact in terms of symptoms and quality of life associated with PBC?
Well, we know that stress might have an impact on triggering the disease, any autoimmune disease. We often hear that before the disease onset, there have been stressful periods related to work issues, family issues, separation, divorce. And this is a very common story that comes back all the time. Related to symptoms, I think it is probably for sure Professor Jones will be better than me to give a proper answer, but I'm sure that all the developing coping strategies is of key importance. Has been as many of you have highlighted up to now, to cope with symptoms, fatigue, and sometimes with itch as well. So the a stressful background, lack of a caregiver, lack of a family and friends network, isolation, definitely they impact on all kind of symptoms. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's helpful. And we will go to Dave in session 2, actually. That's a great idea. So I'll take that question to him. But I'm going to come to you. Leslie, if you're feeling particularly stressed, does that have an impact in terms of your symptoms or how you feel and your quality of life, obviously, living with PBC?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that anytime there's a big project, even if it's a big project at work, if I'm, experiencing some, family stress with siblings or, just in general, there's something going on, maybe that isn't working out the way I think it should work out. I do feel like that level of stress can bring on bouts of fatigue, at least in my experience. And so, I think stress definitely plays a factor in the physical feelings of fatigue and can bring on that, some of those symptoms.
Okay, perfect. That's really helpful. So thank you. So Carol, can I come to you with that same question then, please? What's your experience?
Well, I live a stress-free life, so I don't really have to worry about that. But no, it definitely can take your focus off of and make you start noticing, I think, things that you wouldn't have noticed if you weren't under the stressful situation. I have 2 daughters and they have issues, and my grandsons have issues. I have a 96-year-old mother who, during the winter months, my sister is in Florida, so her care comes to me. So that led me to a little stress as I was going through transplant evaluation, trying to hide it from my mother that one of her children was so ill, and plus trying to get her to her appointments. I think one of the last things that I was able to do for her before I had to admit to her everything was to take her and get her COVID vaccine. And so she was very pleased that we got to do that. Although she was really happy when she got there to find out that the New York State National Guard was willing to put her in a wheelchair and push her around. So I think she thought they were a little nicer than I was. But yeah, the stress of trying to hide things from people so that they don't worry about you, that can make a difference. That's again going back to support groups. That's why it's so good to have them. That if you're trying to keep, protect your close loved ones from different things, to be able to relieve some of that stress of that by unburdening yourself with the other people in the group that will definitely understand.
Perfect. Thank you. Mo, any thoughts?
Yeah, same as Leslie, really. I work full time and my job can be really stressful at times, and there's no doubt that it has an impact. I think it's really important to set boundaries so that I love the job I do. I really enjoy it, but I do know that if I go too far and do too many extra hours, it can make me quite unwell. So I think it's really important to balance that. When you're thinking of your work-life balance, I think you have to pay a bit more attention to that if you suffer from things like chronic fatigue and chronic pain.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we have, a good 3.5 minutes left before we take to the break. So I'm just going to look around the room. So raise your hand if you have anything. But I guess my question to you now is, now that we're in the last couple of minutes, is there anything else that you haven't said yet that you'd love to say in terms of living with PBC, in terms of the impact it has on your quality of life? So just look around the room, see if there's any hands. Carol.
For the most part, I think people would think I was crazy to say that my diagnosis of PBC gave me a new purpose to my life that I probably wouldn't have had before. I so much enjoy working with all the other patients and working with the pharmaceuticals and trying to get them interested in understanding our viewpoints.
Yeah.
So it's really, it's made a big difference in my life. I didn't suffer from a lot of the symptoms that other people had, but then in the end, I ended up requiring a transplant anyway. Everything just happened very quickly for me.
Yeah.
I am still faced with the fact that my kidneys were damaged in all of this. So I still have possibly interest in doing that and even looking at having a kidney transplant in the future. So you never know what's coming, but you just take it all in stride and do what you can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So Marco, I know you're typing away in the answer section. Thank you so much for that. So with your permission, I'm going to summarize, I think, some of the key phrases. It's really important to know that liver biochemistry, symptom burden, and any cell change within the liver do not correlate. So if you've got, early disease and have symptoms, that's perfectly valid. If you have late disease and almost no symptoms, that's perfectly valid. If you have high biochemistry and symptoms or not, that's perfectly valid. There's no one journey to PBC. Again, to quote Leslie from earlier, that it's important to listen to your body and to listen to your mind. And my last quote is to come back to what Mo said earlier about finding your people. And Leslie, Mo, Carol, Marco, you are my people. Thank you. I'm delighted to have shared this with you. This will be live. It's also going to be recorded. If there's anything that you want to add, please do go back in and just keep in touch with the people in the chat box. You can share that. Other than that, we're going to take a half-hour break now. I know it is a civilized hour in the US for taking a lunch break. Marco and I are going to have an evening meal, I think, before we go into the next section. So thank you so much for your attention. To my panel, Leslie Mo, Carol Marco, indebted to you on behalf of Global Liver Institute. Thank you for being part of today. And we will now call a break, and we will see people back here at 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you all so very much. So welcome back. If you're back in the room, please do come and share with us that you're back in the room. Say hello in the chat. Let everybody know. And then we can start. So wonderful. Right, we've got a few people here already, which is wonderful. So we're looking forward to starting our second session here of the Global Liver Institute, externally led, patient-focused drug development webinar session event, where we are looking at the PBC experience. We're looking at the unmet need. We're looking at the issues that people with PBC face every day. We're looking at the difficulties faced by clinicians, by industry partners, by regulators, by caregivers. So we're looking around. Okay, there's lots and lots of lows. So Alberta, Canada, I hope the weather is well where you are. So there we go. Okay, with your permission then. With your permission, we're going to get started. So no introductions, no backdrop. What we're going to do now is we're going to invite you. We have somebody in from Australia. I'm not going to ask them how early it is, but delighted that you're with us. So we're going to start the next session now. So thank you very much for joining us. What we're going to do now is we're going to invite Professor Dave Jones, OBE. He's going to present to you, and he's going to talk about the current therapeutic approaches in PBC. So over to you, Dave. If you give me a second, I'm going to share my screen, and you'll be able to see your slides.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Robert, and thank you, everybody. I think this is a really important meeting, and I know I speak for all my clinical colleagues in saying we're absolutely delighted to be invited to talk about our perspective, which is, of course, vastly less important than the patient perspectives that we've heard, which are hugely powerful. So let's get going. Right. So Robert asked me to talk about where we are in terms of the current treatment landscape in PBC, and I think this then leads very naturally on to where we need to go and how we get there. And I think this will inform much of the rest of the discussion today. Now. Oh, okay, right. I'm not getting any slide. Oh, yeah, right. Here are my conflicts of interest. Oh, okay. This is right. Okay. So sorry about this. The tech isn't quite working for me. My slide movement's a little bit slow. So I thought I would start with something which is in a way obvious, but actually for many clinicians, they manage to not get this right, despite it being obvious. So what are we trying to do when we're treating PBC patients? Well, we're trying to get as close to a normal length of life as is possible. That's really important. Treating people in whatever way we need to do to achieve a long length of life. We want to, however, also have as close to a normal quality of life as possible. And that means we mustn't ignore symptoms, which too many clinicians have done over the years, and we've heard many sort of comments about that so far. And I would also feed into that. You've heard some powerful observations around transplantation. Transplant is a very powerful tool. I'm on call for the Newcastle Liver Transplant Unit this evening. We do liver transplants in people. But liver transplantation does not return people to normal. It creates its own problems. And so a normal length of life as possible, free of transplant if at all possible, would, I think, be my goal in management. And we really need to be able to get to grips with symptoms. And then people need to be respected and involved in decisions. And that means that clinicians have to listen to what patients say about their experience and not filter what people say about their symptoms, because that's unhelpful. So a normal length of life, a normal quality of life, and for people to be involved in the decisions about their treatment are then treated with respect. So, and apologies for the European guidelines being the ones that I mentioned, but this figure is one that we worked on, which I think is a very useful one in terms of understanding how we treat people. So in the first column, we have stratify, risk, and treat. So this is about giving people drug therapy to slow progression of PBC, and that will be the focus of most of my talk. In parallel with that, we stage and survey, which is to understand the nature of the severity of the disease, to understand where people are at risk of developing cirrhosis and its complications, and where people might benefit from transplantation. And so making sure that people are referred to a transplant unit in a timely fashion to make sure that we de-risk more advanced disease. But the whole goal of stratify, risk, and treat is to reduce the need of this over time. And then the third is one that's very important to me. I've worked on the symptoms of PBC for many years, and it's often been quite a lonely existence with people not taking these seriously. Now I think they do. So everyone deserves to have their symptoms assessed, their pruritus and their fatigue, and for us to work on therapies for those symptoms. So this is equally important to the other aspects of the disease. But right across the top, first and foremost, none of that can happen if you don't diagnose the disease. And too many people with PBC are diagnosed too late, and we can't do any of those things if people are diagnosed too late. And very sadly, this week, I managed somebody on my unit who sadly died of PBC, and we diagnosed the disease 2 days before she died with very advanced disease, 2 days before. And there's nothing we can do in those situations. So there needs to be a very honest dialogue and awareness raising amongst clinicians about this disease, because we can do so much for it, but you can't do anything at all if you don't diagnose it. So these three pillars are what we think of. Next one, Robert, if you can. Okay. So in terms of the therapies that are licensed and labeled for use in PBC, these are the approved drugs. They're licensed for clinical practice, but they also have a label, which means that they are recommended therapies for use in PBC. In disease progression and prognosis improvement, this is controlling the disease, the first pillar. We have two drugs, ursodeoxycholic acid and obeticholic acid. For pruritus, we have a single, or itch, we have a single licensed therapy, which is cholestyramine, and we'll come back to that later. And then in fatigue, we have no licensed therapy. We've heard a lot of powerful comments about fatigue and its impact, but as we are today, we have no licensed therapy for it at all. So essentially, we have three fully approved drugs for use in PBC. Next slide. We have a series of other, previous one, can we go back one? Right, so we have a series of drugs, however, that are used in PBC, and I'm not talking about trial drugs that aren't licensed. These are drugs that are licensed, they are legally prescribable, but they aren't currently recommended for use in PBC. And this is a very grey area, but a very important one. So the majority of our patients receive one of these therapies, which are licensed, so they're approved to be prescribed to people, but there is less of an evidence basis in PBC. And that is quite important because the licensing process is about safety and effectiveness. And so these include the fibrates, fenofibrate in North America, bezafibrate and fenofibrate in Europe. These are variants of cholestasis or bile acid improving therapies that are fairly widely used. We have a number of therapies that we use for itch. So itch therapy is largely done with these licensed but unlabeled therapies, in particular rifampin or rifampicin as we describe it in Europe. Sertraline, naltrexone has been mentioned, and bezafibrate comes in here as well with some recent trial evidence that it's a highly effective therapy for itch, and there are a number of non-licensed trial therapies being explored as well. Unfortunately, fatigue, we still have no licensed and unlabeled therapy, so the cupboard, I'm afraid, is bare, and that is a major area of unmet clinical need. Next one. Now, there are lots of trials of ursodeoxycholic acid as a first-line therapy. The trials are small, so what I'm going to do is show you some of what we call real-world data. So this is experience from the Global PBC Study Group, who have, like the UK PBC group that I lead, published data on many, many thousands of people with PBC in the real world. And a trial of 200 or 300 people is very valuable, but real life experience of 10,000 is a different order of magnitude. And this one piece of data tells us so much about PBC. The dark line, the bottom line, is a group of people with PBC not treated with ursodeoxycholic acid. And the other two lines are people who are treated. And you can see there is a really significant divergence. So ursodeoxycholic acid undoubtedly improves transplant-free survival in PBC, and it should therefore be the bedrock of treatment for everybody. Simple and no longer something that we would argue about. The other two lines are very interesting because these are people who are and aren't getting the recommended dose of urso, and you can see these lines are different. And so this is why we always say treated above between 13 and 15 milligrams per kilogram, because it does make a difference. It's not as much of a difference as between urso and no urso, but please, always make sure you're taking the right dose. And remember, body weight goes up and down. So if people put weight on, they can end up a little bit underdosed with urso. So urso clearly works in terms of survival, and it is the bedrock of treatment. But, and there is an important but in the next slide. This is some data that we published a number of years ago, and it's almost unique in all of this because it includes a group of people from the ordinary population in our city. So we can compare PBC patients treated with urso and without urso, and you will see important differences. But are those groups, which of those groups are the same as the normal population without PBC? So this is a study of a group of PBC patients, each of them matched to the next person in their family doctor's case registry. So it's case by case matched. And what you can see is in the PBC group, and this is in the urso era when people were urso treated, that the survival for the PBC patients is pretty good. It's at something like 65% at 10 years, but it's actually markedly less than the control group. So although PBC patients treated with urso do better than not being treated, neither group are anywhere near what we would expect in the normal population. It's really important to remember that. Urso is better than no urso, but it is not back to normal. It is not enough on its own across the whole population. Next slide. Now, the reason for this is because there are winners and losers with urso, and there are a group of people who really do entirely well with urso, and this is the blue lines. This is the survival for PBC patients who get a good response to urso. The winners, if you like, their biochemistry improves, is either normal or significantly improved. And this line genuinely is the same as the ordinary population. So if people get a good response to urso, then that's very good indeed. But the red lines are people who do not get a good response, and this is the problem. So if you take that whole population, overall survival isn't as good, but that's because there are two components with that: people who are genuinely doing very well and people who need more therapy. And this is why that first pillar is about understanding risk, so that everyone starts with urso, but we then move on to additional therapies in those people who do not respond enough. And this is the answer to the conundrum about urso therapy. Not everybody responds as you would like. Next slide. So for people who do not respond adequately to urso, the licensed therapy is obeticholic acid. And this is the pivotal trial that led to the approval of urso. And this is really the first trial and approval of a drug in PBC in the modern era. So this is the first time that a drug in PBC has been subjected to a formal approval process. Urso was almost a legacy drug from many, many years ago. And this is the key trial. This is people who were not responders to urso using the standard criteria, and they were randomized either to obeticholic acid or to placebo. And what you can see at 12 months is that at 12 months, about 50% of patients respond to obeticholic acid. These were all urso non-responders, and about 10% of the placebo group. And it was on this basis that conditional approval was given for obeticholic acid. It clearly does something in terms of the biochemistry in people who had not responded to urso, and the placebo group didn't improve at all. So this is a big step forward, and obeticholic acid is now quite widely used as a treatment. It is, as I say, licensed for this indication. In many parts of the world, fibrates are used as an alternative to this, but they are not actually licensed for that indication. Next slide. Now, does that effect continue for significant lengths of time? PBC is a lifelong disease, and the answer is yes. This is the long-term safety and efficacy data for obeticholic acid. So this continues to work. It works quickly within 3 months, and then it continues to work in terms of biochemistry. But remember, I showed you for ursodeoxycholic acid the real-world data that showed that this treatment improved survival, and the trials with obeticholic acid were not designed to show an effect on survival. They were too short and too small, and therefore all you're doing in those trials is showing that there is an interesting improvement in the blood tests, but it was just an improvement in the blood tests. Next slide. This is therefore an attempt to answer this, and actually this is a little bit of an oddity in PBC. This is in fact the largest study in terms of numbers of patients involved ever in the world in PBC, and this is a coming together of the global PBC group and the UK PBC data, and I'm sure Bettina will build on this in the final session of this meeting, because this is one of the ways we can move forward in terms of designing new trials. How do you answer the question about survival that is incredibly difficult to answer using a traditional trial? And the answer is in this study, which we presented at the American Liver Meeting last year, is that we use the very large cohorts of patients that we have around the world with very well-established outcomes, long tracked history, to create a synthetic control group to compare to the group of people in that long-term safety extension with obeticholic acid. And again, when you use this approach, the blue are the people in the obeticholic acid trial and the red are the control groups. And what this shows is that there is a significant difference between the survival in that group of people treated with obeticholic acid and the control groups that we synthesized out of our data sets. It's not the same as a trial, but it is probably as good as data as you're ever going to get in the situation where you can't do a trial. And this begins to show that this drug really does probably improve transplant survival, free survival in PBC, and is therefore very important. Next slide. There is another but here, though. All of this only applies if people get into the system. And this is some data from an audit in the UK of the management of PBC. So audit is not research. This is to study what happens to people in the real world. It's clinical data collection. And this is an audit of 8,000 patients. This is an enormous study that Robert and Colette have been heavily involved in as well. And so this is about half of all the patients in the UK with PBC. So it's an enormous study of what happens in the real world. And this is just one piece of data I've pulled out from it. And this is for people who are in that pillar of not responding to urso. And we have a system for them to be considered for obeticholic acid or fibrate therapy. So this is the UK data on what happened to people who didn't respond to urso, what happened with them. And the answer is that only about 40% of those people were not referred in for second-line therapy. And that's therefore very worrying. So all of this data about obeticholic acid and its actions, this is the group of people who need that therapy, and a significant group who are not being referred into it. So in addition to needing to have the right drugs, we really need to have a robust system that makes sure those people end up in the system getting those therapies. Next slide. And then this is just my last view, which is where do I think the gaps are? What do we need? So first and foremost is we need a simpler therapy model. At the moment, we're putting too much focus on people who actually are low risk. So this need to treat with urso to assess at 6 months and 12 months and then consider another therapy creates gaps that people fall through. And the effect of COVID has been that it's been very difficult to follow people up and to move them through to second-line therapy. As the audit data shows, 40% of people aren't moving through that system. We need to have better treatment up front to stop people needing to do that, a simpler model. We need to have some form of therapy fatigue. We have no therapy. We can support people and help them, but we have no therapy. Urso and beta-cholic acid have no effect. And that's a major area of unmet need. And I would argue we need better options for itch. We do have therapies. Cholestyramine is okay, but many people on this meeting will have experience of it. It's not an easy treatment to take. And all the other therapies have their limitations in terms of effectiveness and in terms of side effects. And what I think we need is what I call a treat and forget therapy, one that we can start early in the disease to control itch and not need to worry about it. So I've worked in PBC for 30 years, and we are light years ahead of where we were at that time, light years ahead. However, there is still important unmet need. And I think a meeting like this is really important to focus our minds on what we need, why we need it, and most of all, how do we get it into the clinic and then make sure it gets through to all the patients who need it. So I hope that was of interest.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Dave. Okay, I'm hoping you can hear me. Okay, just checking that you can hear me and you can see me and we're there. Dave, thank you very much for that. That's much appreciated. And that's a great introduction to where we are and what we're going to talk about today in this second section, which is absolutely vital. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, the comments are in already, about controlling itch in the chat box. So we're now in session. Please do keep the questions coming in. And please do keep your comments and anything you want to share in the chat box as well. And I'm delighted to do that. So as we did in the first section, we're going to hand over to patients now who are talking in their own words on video. So what I would like to do now is I would like to invite you to listen to Doreen Donaldson, and fatigue.
Hi, my name's Doreen Donaldson. I have PBC. I was diagnosed in 1988, and I've been asked by Robert Mitchell-Thane to do this little video on about fatigue. When I was first diagnosed, I didn't know what it was, why I was so tired, and I fainted and went to the doctors, and then exams, blood tests, etc., and PBC. The fatigue is something that you can't overcome, because no matter how many times people say, oh, you good night's sleep, you'll get over it. Even a good night's sleep, if you do happen to have one, you're still fatigued the next day. What most annoyed me is friends and some family members not accepting that the fatigue used to get you that you couldn't be bothered to go out. You say, oh, just get a good night's sleep. Also, when I was younger, packing the camper van to go camping. You'd pack the camper van. By the time that was done, I was just too tired to go anyway. So my husband used to have to unpack it again. A lot of the members in the Australian Facebook group, they all say that the fatigue is something that gets them really, really down, especially the young ones. At my age now, I think tiredness is part and parcel of getting old. I'm 78. But the young ones, and there's nothing seems to be done over here in Australia on looking into a medication that could help with fatigue. In England, I think some people take coenzyme Q10. Some of the doctors prescribe it for their PBCs. I've started taking that. Whether it has helped or not, I don't know. But if I used to do anything when I was younger, it used to take me a couple of days to get over wherever I had done a day out, and I used to suffer for it the next couple of days. I couldn't do anything. I I just wish there was more research into fatigue and to see if there's anything that could help. I know the members over here in Australia feel a little bit isolated because we don't have the support network that the Americans have and what the people in the UK and Scotland have. I do try and get people together. Before COVID, we used to have little pockets of people in different states meeting for coffee and face-to-face conversation with people that knew what you were going through with PBC, because talking to ordinary people, you look so well majority of the time that people don't understand what's going on inside, you know, how fatigued you are, how tired. The itch as well is a one for concern. So I think if something could be done for the fatigue, especially with the young ones now, because my age has a lot to do with mine now at the moment, and plus other medical conditions. But I think the young ones, and if I could get some of the young ones to explain as well how they feel, it would be great. That's about all I can say, is hope one day there might be something to help the fatigue, and one day a cure for PBC. You never know. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Doreen, for your words. So again, if you have any comments or questions about what Doreen shared with us, then we would be grateful to see those in the comments box. Great to see the questions are coming in. So do keep the questions coming in. We'll try and incorporate as many of those as possible into the discussion after our presentations as well. Spoke very specifically about her PBC. She's going to tell us about a very and the difficulties faced to the landscape. Over to you, Gail.
Hello, my name is Gail Wright, and I am president of the Canadian PBC Society. I am both a PBC patient and a PBC patient advocate. Today, I've been asked to speak to you about the PBC therapeutic landscape, focusing on the barriers and challenges facing PBC patients, particularly a unique Canadian remote community. I'd like to start by introducing you to the Cowichan Tribe's Salish coastal people, who make up the largest band of First Nations people in British Columbia, with a population of 5,000. I had the opportunity to meet with PBC patients in the small town of Duncan, British Columbia, on 3 separate occasions in 2016, 2017, and 2018. I was privileged to listen and learn from PBC patients and their families who openly shared their stories, history, and experiences. Although I do not claim to speak for them, today I'd like to tell you more about this unique community of PBC patients. While fact-checking for this presentation, I was reminded that Duncan, BC is known as the City of Totems. Totem poles, as you may know, depict family stories, tribal legends, and history. This First Nations coastal community has a high prevalence of PBC that runs through generations of families. In 2005, a research study conducted by Dr. Laura Arbour and Dr. Eric Yoshida identified genetic and familial links within this community's PBC population. Here we have a community of 5,000 people, of which 54 have PBC. Most striking is that the prevalence of PBC in this community is 8.3 times higher than it is in the rest of Canada. 33% of cases included in the study have a family history of PBC. One family tree identified 7 patients that were related through the sharing of the same great-grandparents. 79% of these patients had at least one other autoimmune disease, and 60% of the patients had arthritis. Through our discussions with PBC patients in Duncan, we learned that their lived experience with PBC is similar to PBC patients in other parts of the country. As you have already heard today, patients with PBC may suffer fatigue, itch, pain, anxiety, and depression, and often have difficulty accomplishing daily tasks or holding jobs. And while most PBC patients feel the stigma of liver disease, First Nations PBC patients face the added burden of overcoming discrimination based on stereotypes of substance abuse and alcoholism. Patients said that they were made to feel that PBC was caused by bad lifestyle choices, and it was their own fault that they had PBC. Patients were also frustrated, feeling that their reported symptoms were often trivialized. These experiences are not uncommon for many PBC patients, but what may be specific to this community is the lack of meaningful and accessible patient resources and supports. In addition, doctor-patient communication may be weakened by language and cultural barriers that can foster a sense of distrust. Some of the barriers to treatment that I believe have already been covered by other presenters today include the lack of rare disease awareness, too few specialists, and limited resources in rural and remote communities. Understanding the patient lived experience helps us to understand how a treatable disease like PBC presents an increased risk of suffering poor outcomes in this small community. When patients face barriers, whether based on race, income, gender, education, or age, they feel they are being judged and not listened to. This may result in a shutting down of communication. Patients may not report symptoms, may not ask questions, and may not fully understand the seriousness of their disease, which might in turn result in a lack of compliance with medication, missed appointments, or dropping out of treatment completely. Patients who repeatedly face barriers may distrust Western medicine and may not even seek out healthcare. I think it's important to add that patients who face discrimination are likely to be misdiagnosed or diagnosed at more advanced disease stages, therefore increasing the likelihood of poor outcomes. In a study by Dr. Eric Yoshida, it was found that while First Nations people comprise only 4% of the population of BC, they account for 25% of liver transplants that are due to PBC in the province. This underscores the disproportionately poor outcomes facing First Nations communities. Today, I've described a particular community of PBC patients to you, and while they face their own unique challenges, they have much in common with all PBC patients. I believe that they also represent voices that are not often included in discussions regarding improving patient outcomes and treatment experiences. Here you can see the guiding principles taken from our Canadian PBC Patient Charter. There is much work to be done to change current attitudes and practices to ensure that marginalized and vulnerable communities are included in all discussions regarding the health of their communities. It is my hope that soon representatives from this and other groups will be invited to the table to ensure diverse voices are included in the conversation. I'd like to thank you for your time and thank you to the Global Liver Institute for inviting me to speak to you today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Gail Wright from the Canadian PBC Society. And she raises really important points. I mean, I think Gail brings it home in terms of the difficulties faced by the First Nations over there in Vancouver and British Columbia, but they are not the only underrepresented population. They're not the only population that have difficulty accessing care, diagnosis, treatment, and everything else that goes with it. So I think that's a really important part of the conversation, and I look forward to opening that up with you. Okay, if you bear with me a second, we're going to fight the technology, and I'm going to share our screen with you. So bear with me just one second. Okay, so hopefully you can see my slide, which is highlighting what we're going to be coming up with here. Okay, so what I would like to do, as you know, we've heard from the Canadian PBC Society, we've heard from the PBCers, and we shall do again. We've also heard, we're about to hear from the PBC Foundation as well. And I've been sharing with you some data that we've collected through the PBC Foundation. I want to share one more piece of data with you, which is incredibly important. So this is an older study. This comes from 2017. Now this N is over 1,000 people. This is 1,089 people. And they were asked, how does living with PBC affect you? And we gave them 3 blank text boxes and just said, give us 3 words. What does living with PBC affect you? Now, what I'd like to do is show you within this, hopefully you can see my arrow. I want you to look at the center of the screen, and in red writing, there is pain. Now, pain has come up a lot today. If you're aware, remember Bob Tyler spoke about it, and it's come up in many parts of the conversation. So I want to talk to you about pain, and I want also to draw your attention to, in black writing, anxious. Now, look at the signs of pain and anxious besides everything else. And you got bloated, fed up, itchy, achy, confused, vulnerable, and on it goes and on it goes, okay? But focus, if you will, on pain and anxious. Because what I would like to do now is I'm going to bring in the top 8 answers that were in this word cloud. Now remember, as with word clouds, the bigger the word is in writing, the more often that word is used in the answers. So if you're looking at pain, I'm looking at anxious, and I'm going to share this with you. And you will probably see itchy and tired right at the top, or right in the forefront. Now, in between itchy and tired, you have worried. And then just to the left of worried, you have anxious, and just to the right of worried, you have pain. So that's your previous word cloud. Look at pain and anxious. And then when we see it beside exhausted, depressed, itchy, worried, frustrated, fatigued, lethargic, itchy and tired, they pale into insignificance. So again, I wanted to share this with you because when we talk about the current therapeutic landscape in PBC, these are the big unmet needs. We still do not have therapies available for patients that are affected with these symptoms. So the other thing I wanted to share with you, which is really, really important, so we're going back to the current study that Global Liver Institute did with the PBC Foundation specifically for this day. And we asked about liver biopsy. Who has had a liver biopsy? Now, N equals 145. Now, this has been alive since 29th November last year. So again, in only 2 months already, we've got 145 respondents. So you'll see that 53% have not had a liver biopsy. Which feels like a big number, but actually when you think about it, that means that 47% of patients have had a liver biopsy. And when you look at the current therapeutic landscape within PBC, the question would be, why are these patients experiencing biopsies? I'm going to stop the share there. I'm going to come back into your screen now, because what I'd like to do is open up one of our poll questions. And I believe the poll question that's about to come up is to do with liver biopsy. So all fingers crossed that that's going to work. So let's see if we can share with you a poll question. And the question is to do with biopsy. So let's see if that comes up on the screen. So just checking. If not, I'm happy to go on. Okay, we can come back to the poll question later. So what we'll do in the meantime is we will now start to introduce our live panelists who all have PBC experience. And the first of which is Deborah Sobel. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hand over now to Deborah Sobel, who is going to talk to you about her experience with PBC. Deborah, I see you there. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. My name is Deborah Sobel. I've been living with autoimmune disease that's targeting my liver for at least 30 years. First showing an elevated liver enzyme in 1992. No diagnosis at that point. When my sister and I spoke about it in 1997, we agreed both of us had elevated liver enzyme. And what was decided is she was going to go ahead and look into it and see what the story was. What she found out is that she had primary biliary at that time cirrhosis, and did call me and let me know that that was her diagnosis. Because of that, I went ahead and was diagnosed 3 months later, and so it was decided that both of us shared this affliction. I thought at the time we would track together. I never imagined that we would not. I will say that no one ever said to me that I had autoimmune disease, only that I had PBC, that my liver was being damaged and so was hers. But no one mentioned the words autoimmune disease. Sarah decided to do advocacy work for me. She did a brilliant job. I was very proud of her. She was always educating patients. But unfortunately, in 2004, she developed, or it was identified that she had AIH. Again, not knowing she had autoimmune disease, she developed a second problem with her liver, and no one was aware that it was there. She needed a transplant. 2006, she had 2 transplants within 60 days of each other. She never left the intensive care unit from one transplant to the next. She died in June of 2006. She left behind Bex, and she left behind Jordan. It was so unbelievable when she died to me that I actually went back to the hospital the day after her funeral to look for her, to make sure she wasn't still there. My sister's child, Bex, used a word last night with me, scattered. And for me, it's the perfect description of autoimmune disease and the related treatment. It goes everywhere, targets everything, the degree of which will show up as a problem or not, depending on what it's targeting. The treatment is scattered, siloed, with each specialist focusing in their own area of specialty: the liver, the bone marrow, the connective tissues, the salivary glands, everybody focusing on their own specialty. Scattered. After a while, I developed problems with my blood. I was not producing blood, and nobody could figure out why. Nobody understood it. So I went to a hematologist finally, and he said to me, probably the most brilliant words I'd heard in all of this: you start with the idea that you have autoimmune disease. He said, that's what I'm starting with, and that's going to allow me to help you. What I see is you have something called autoimmune myelofibrosis. Your bone marrow is being attacked by your body. That's why you're not producing blood. So I went on a course of transfusions. He was able to regulate me. And to this day, of course, I produce blood. But his words were so wise. Instead of the scattered approach, he gave me focus. He took me to where the core problem was. And I'll forever be grateful for that. Regulators are scattered also, addressing symptoms as they present, studying symptoms as they present, not the core problem. There is no captain of our medical ship. Regulators are scattered, focusing on treatment, looking at treatment that addresses symptoms, but not the core problem. Why is the body attacking itself? Then the scattered approach for the patient leads to multiple specialists, multiple PAs, multiple ideas as to what the treatment should be. Patient ends up being identified as a hypochondriac because they continue to come back with more issues and more problems. That's been said to me about new problems. What have I learned as a result of this scattered approach? Diagnosis is a long process, extended because the patients are not having the core problem labeled correctly. And we are loath to complain and loath to say that more is going on. Even after I was identified that my body was attacking itself, I was treated as a liver patient. And so new symptoms were not responded to correctly. Patients and their voice demand more respect in the process. They should be heard as equal partners to anyone else involved. New treatment is vital, especially with related to autoimmune issues. We are largely treating symptoms, and I won't tell you that doesn't save lives. It most definitely does. But I also have my own sister's experience. We need to address the core issue, and the core issue is the body attacking itself. We need to be heard throughout the drug and the treatment approval process. No final decision in a new treatment should be made without hearing from the patients involved in the clinical trial. As always, the core issue is something that only they and they alone can speak to in the most compelling way. Once the regulators raise the profile of patients in their process, I assure you, patient words will gain new respect across the medical community, and I believe put an end to this scattered approach that we now live with in terms of diagnosis and treatment. I want to, as always, thank the Global Liver Institute, Donna Cryer, and all those who work with her for their support. I want to thank my sister Sarah for serving as inspiration for the rest of my life. That will be my inspiration. And I want to thank Bex, her child, for reminding me last night what this really and truly is all about. God bless that little girl. She's a miracle. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. It's an incredibly powerful presentation, and thank you very much. We appreciate you being here and representing Sarah and Bex while you're doing that. So thank you for that. Okay, what I would like to do is invite Danielle Cleary to speak now and to share her experience. So Danielle, it's over to you now, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to thank the Global Liver Institute for allowing me to take the time to present today. And so I thank you for that. I think it's really important to get word out about the disease and learn ways that we can help each other get through it. A little bit about myself. My name is Danielle Cleary, and I live in the Boston area, Massachusetts, United States. I am from El Salvador originally, but I was adopted when I was a baby. Part of my story is my initial diagnosis, which happened in September of 2020. I had an acute episode. My eyes were turning yellow. I was losing weight at a rapid rate. I didn't feel good, and I was actually hospitalized. And that was where I was diagnosed with PBC with AIH overlap. So that's primary biliary cholangitis with the autoimmune hepatitis overlap syndrome. So this was all very shocking, as everyone can concur who have these diseases. What I did was I was initially connected with a hepatologist, and she was very knowledgeable and she was very caring. However, she did not really understand my case. I was not getting better. I was put on a high dose of steroids, and my liver enzymes were going down, but not significantly enough. And so I took it upon myself to go do some research, and I found a doctor 6 months later that had a little more experience with difficult cases. And I went to see him at Mass General Hospital, which is one of the best hospitals in the area. And from then on, I was able to get off the high dose of steroids and stabilize. So this all happened over the past year and a half. The steroids were brutal. So steroids are typically used with AIH. to control the inflammation in the body, but they have a very, very negative side effect. Some of the side effects I experienced was I felt like my skin was burning. I felt I had no control over my emotions. I would go from 0 to 10 in a second, which was very hard on me, very hard on my family. I was, very, very hyper or not. It was just awful. So my number one goal was to try to get off the steroids. And I was very grateful to my doctor that he was able to do that. Because what he did was he was able to sort of, from a liver biopsy, to determine which one of my diseases was the most prevalent. Okay. And so this was something that he was able to do with his expertise and experience. And so I have a floored case of PBC, and the AIH is under control, but this was not discovered until I had a second biopsy. So I want to just really implore patients who are listening to be your best advocate and get out there and try to find a doctor that's suitable for you. And in no way am I trying to undermine, my previous doctor's ability as a medical professional. She just wasn't a good fit for me. And so this disease is rare. There aren't a lot of doctors that are knowledgeable about it. My primary doctor told me that he had only seen that the first case he had seen was 20 years ago of AIH, and he had never seen one since he saw me. So because it's a rare disease, it's really upon us as patients to advocate to get the best help that we can get. Some of the complications of my disease was I'm adopted, so there's no family history. There was no way to know that I could potentially have it, right? So another complication was there was a 5-year gap between my liver being tested for, any kind of abnormalities. So that I think during those 5 years, it progressed because I didn't get my liver enzymes test. So I would really encourage, liver tests to be more prevalent for people and, be able to figure out whether something is amiss, because discovering this disease in the early stages is key. And I was very asymptomatic. I had some itchy skin, like when my daughter was born. But other than that, I didn't have anything until I literally fell apart and was hospitalized. So I really think it's important to hone in on, getting those tests done as women and just to try to catch it early. So another complication for me is when I was researching my diseases, I found out that a lot of Latinos and African Americans and people of color don't typically respond very well to the initial medications for AIH and PBC. And I'm sorry I use those interchangeably because I have both. And so this was very concerning to me, and I brought it up to people. And so I would really just implore that there be more research done on this group of people, minorities or people of color that are suffering from the diseases and just not responding as well, because it's a rare disease, and then we're a rarity within a rare disease. And also I'm a rarity because I have AIH and PBC. So, and I understand that there's not a lot of ways to sort of do studies on groups such as mine because we're so, we're a small population. But I do believe that we all deserve quality of care. We all deserve quality of life. We all deserve, the best treatment that we can be given. And I just want to point out that, liver disease being rare is not in the forefront of the population's mind like cancer or other diseases, but it doesn't make it any less important for us as individuals with families. So I think that's just an important point to make. I'm also not a full responder, so I sort of do fall into that category of, not being a full responder. And so my doctor's been really good about helping me try to achieve the best that I can achieve for my to stabilize my condition. So I'm just taking it one day at a time, like I'm sure everyone is. I'm not trying not to look forward too much in the future. I'm trying to stay healthy. I tried the gluten-free diet, didn't really work for me, but I'm trying to make good choices. And, I would also advocate for, like, say you can't do a gluten-free diet, add in some things that might help you, like more veggies or more, healthy choices if you can't, let go of the hamburgers and things like that. I try to exercise 3 or 4 times a week, and I find that helps with my, mental health and also with my physical well-being. So I definitely encourage that if you can, and connect with people. Connect with people. It's so important to be part of networks like this. I feel so much better and empowered, just be able to talk to everybody about my experience. And if I can help somebody along the way, then I've done my job. So I do appreciate everything everyone's doing. Thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Danielle. It's really great to hear from you. So thank you. Okay, our last panelist for this section that I'd like to introduce. And there are many ways I could do that, but for now, Colette, if you would, I would be grateful to hear your words. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you also to the Global Institute for giving me this platform to speak, and to the lovely speakers that I'm sitting alongside. Very much what you've said, I have heard over the years. So my name's Colette Zane, and for the sake of clarity, I'm Robert's mother, and I was diagnosed with PBC when I was 37, and we won't tell anybody. Diagnosed at the age of 37, but I had the symptoms and suffered for 20 years. I was given medication I should never have been given. I was treated as a hypochondriac. My children were distressed. I was distressed. And I became very, very seriously ill. And I wasn't expected to pull through at the age of 37 with all the toxins and things I've been given. However, I did pull through, but with the bad news, and this was way back in the early 90s, there was no treatments for PBC, with the news that I might last 5 or 7 years or need a liver transplant, and liver transplants were rare. So it just was not looking good. And that was all the information that was available to me, which shocked me that a woman of my age who was told I was dying and I had to find care for my children, and had to try and forge out life the little time I had left. There wasn't a leaflet that I could read. Nobody was talking to me about what I could do to help myself, because I've always believed no matter what the problem is, there's always some little nugget that you can do for yourself. I was absolutely horrified that there was nothing for me. I put a little thing in a Sunday paper, anybody out there, I knew there was expats all around the world in this paper, anybody out there, PBC, and my God, I was deluged. I was inundated with stories, sad ones, painful ones, and deaths that should never have happened. I just couldn't believe, and it went on for weeks and weeks. So long story short, I managed to inveigle myself in with some hepatologist, my own hepatologist, and he introduced me to, there's 7 big units in the UK. And I said to them, will you help me get some information together, help me help other people. I didn't die, others did. And they basically said to me, give me a shopping list. Can you believe that? It was just unbelievable. So that was 25 years ago. So in 25 years, with the help of the hepatologist writing your information, we set out to inform people, to find people, to support people. Any information I had, I wanted to share. David, just a small little thing he brought up about Urso and the weight. We create weight charts so people can keep an eye on their weight, and anything we can do to help the patient along the way. Not just for the physical things, as you ladies have pointed out, and the Canadian and Dorian in Australia, the emotional side of things, the difficulty living with. You don't know how you're going to feel any given day with the pain, the tiredness, the itch, whatever, and trying to go about your daily life, look after your family, work, etc. And it's frightening. We have to have endoscopies or biopsies or whatever. We have hospital visits that, I'm due another endoscopy in a couple of months, and I can feel myself getting worked up about it. I know it's going to be fine, but it's number 8. It's ongoing in our lives. And so I've worked with the doctors in providing information. We've been very, very fortunate with people that we've met. I think we help people in 79 countries in the world, and our website's in 19 different languages. But with that, we wanted, to ensure that people got Ursula. It's still here. I heard one the other day, I've been diagnosed 10 years, I haven't got Ursula. There's an inequality of care. to huge quality of care. So we're working in the UK to try and have, a standard guidelines, and if we can get these rolled out in the world, then that's what we must do. But there's been new information coming forward, and I think Marco Carboni in Italy was saying about the high-risk patient, that, why should they be waiting a year when they're high risk? Why can't they have what we have now? It's all of these things that we want to do to improve one's quality of life. And as I say, Robert, you produce the word cloud, the fear, all of these things, the anxiety, and it's worse sometimes than others, but we live with it. And I'm a great believer in trying to help oneself. And like you, Danielle, I think it's wonderful. You've got some exercise. I love to speak to the people in Australia about buying into some more energy. We practice movement as medicine. We've discovered things over the piece that do help, because we can always do something, even if it's just picking up the phone or going on a Zoom call, talking to somebody that understands. So we have tried to generate all of these things. But in doing so, pharma have noticed, how proactive we are, our great number. We have about 15,000 people on our books, which is fantastic. And we get people together. Whatever country they are, and it was on Zoom, parts of the UK, I will help and talk to anybody in the world. But pharma have been very interested. They've come to us and said, Oka was a classic. We helped them with the license in the United Kingdom. It was never licensed. It now is a second line treatment. And that's because the powers that be were prepared to listen to the patient voice. So my feeling is, if we can do it, we can all do it. We can all do this, because we can all share in this together. And I feel no matter, there's a move in this country to start screening for lung disease. Let's get it done for liver disease. One of our doctors believes that everybody over the age of 35 should have just random liver function tests. But I think the more we talk together, the more we share our experiences, the medics are absolutely on our side, and that's been proven by something like today. Pharma are out there. They know they can help us. They have helped us. So 25 years, we've achieved a lot, given that there was no internet when I started this off. I would really quite like to retire, but I'm waiting on the cure, and then we can all go home. But in the meantime, and I mean this with all my heart, I believe we can help each other. We stick together. We all talk to those that we know and reach out to those that don't. And we keep on going. There's a very famous man in this country called Winston Churchill. You may have heard him, and he said, keep buggering on. And we will. We've got good people on side. Sure, we hear the sad and the tragic things. We take it as an experience and positive. And thank you for listening to me. And I'm sorry I'm waving my hands around. I'm quite impassioned. Robert, thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Yeah, that's my money. Right. So thank you very much. So I am incredibly want to keep going. So I'm aware of time, and so we've got lots of questions that we want to get through, and we want to get through as many as possible. So we're going to try and keep the answers short. So ironically, this is a long question, but the question is really, really important. And I want to start by saying that language matters. Okay. Now, transplant, in terms of the recipients, is incredibly successful. And yet, transplant represents a failure of medicine to treat PBC. So we have to address that mix of emotions around transplant. Now, every single liver transplant recipient is incredibly grateful for the opportunity that they have. And we know that livers are a rare resource. And so what we want to do, what our intention is to save as many PBC patients as possible from going on through to transplant. Now, Chief, you mentioned one thing, and it was about the fact that we know, give or take, who the high-risk patients are.
Yeah.
yet
Absolutely.
here we are. And this is the key. For me, patients don't fail their treatments. It's their treatments fail the patients. And yet here we are in 2022, and we're told, and now I get the reason why, that in order to move forward with clinical trials, we need somebody who hasn't responded to URSO to then be put forward to the clinical trial to see if the next medication works. This much we understand. But why are we waiting in real world for a patient their therapy fail for a year before we actually know that they're high-risk patients?
Robert's frozen there. Can I just say, I don't know if you can hear me. Can I respond, Robert?
View on this.
Oh, bless them. Okay. What I was going to say was, look, if you had breast cancer and it's graded and you had the most severe grade, nobody would hang around for a year. So why should that have to be for PBC, PBC, AIH, PBC, PSC? Why should that have to be? And if we now know about it, we now have this advantage of knowledge. And if this is the case, this is what people are testing, then I cannot see any reason why they wouldn't be given first and second line and third kind. You know, there's talking about vibrates and various things, why they wouldn't be given that opportunity to keep the transplant at bay and to, you know, improve that person's quality of life emotionally as well as physically.
Robert, can I just comment on that, which I agree completely, is that I think we fall into a trap of waiting until therapies are not as effective as they could have been. And some of Marco's data shows that the longer you wait to start so the less likely it is to work, and that applies to other therapies. So I think there's a really important point in all of that. And just to say, in the UK, 1st of January next year, we are starting a trial which looks at giving obeticholic acid immediately to people who are high risk using Marco's score. So if you're very low risk with PBC, then you continue with URSO. If you're very high risk, then we're going to use obeticholic acid from the very beginning. And that's a government-funded trial. It's the first ever government-funded trial in PBC in the UK. So that's a really big step forward. And what we want to do is to bust this model and go for better therapy given earlier. And then the other aim with it is to the target in that trial is normal blood tests. Let's cut to the chase. Let's not worry about 1.67 times the upper limit of normal. Normal is normal. So the aim is to give the most effective therapy at the earliest point for the people who most need it, with the goal of knocking the disease completely into remission. So that's where we are going.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks, Dave. I'm just going to look around to Deborah and Danielle. Is there anything you want to say on that question just before we go to the next one? No, you good? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to come to the patient first, and then I'm going to come to you, Dave, if I may. So, we talked about the word cloud, and we highlighted the words fatigue and itch and worry and all of those things which a hepatologist cannot address. Then you've got the itch as well. And I know the PBC Foundation had a poster presented at AASLD just last year at the liver meeting, highlighting again the unmet need that is represented in itch. Now, we spoke in the first session about the key role that patient support organisations have. Dave Jones in his presentation shared the EASL guideline model, but in the EASL guideline model and in the British Society of Gastroenterology guideline model, patients are signposted to patient support organisations because of these exact circumstances. That when you're not able to address clinically what's going on, that actually this is where the patient community comes together and serves one of its strongest purposes. So Danielle, you're moving your screen. Does that mean you want to say something on this? Because I'd love. No, okay. So, but I'd love to hear from the patients and your thoughts in terms of are we going the right path? Are we absolutely sure that actually in these circumstances, when patients have unmet need, that they need the support and help of patient support organisations, and actually it's best practice for clinicians to be signposting.
Well, you've heard what I've had to say about this and how it's been successful. And it has been successful, the foundation, because it wouldn't have grown as much as it has. And, you know, and a little example of that is a patient can say to you, do you know what, if you try putting Epsom salts in your bath at night, it'll help you get a good sleep. And it'll calm down your itch, whereas you might not hear that in clinic.
I think there's nothing more important for patients than patients coming together to talk about what's going on with them. I can't fix fatigue. I've had fatigue so bad, Doreen said it so brilliantly, that I just wanted to faint right there on the spot. It's that bad. And I've had to change my entire career because of fatigue. That's the reality of it. So we get together on Zoom calls. I know Colette does brilliant calls. I've been on them. They're just wonderful. And when patients come together, there's a kind of synergy that happens, a kind of energy that happens, that we share ideas. We may not be able to fix the problem, but the loneliness that goes along with thinking that you're the only one goes away. And anytime you want to chime in, join in, scream, yell, shout, you know that Colette, myself, Robert, whoever, is going to be a listening, supportive ear on the other side. That is so powerful, and I can't say enough good about it. Please get yourself engaged with a group that is supportive and loving, and will give you that kind of feedback. But it's got to be right for you, and you got to feel good about speaking up.
That's wonderful, Deborah. Thank you. Dave, a very quick word. As a clinician, do you have thoughts about signposting patient organisations?
Oh, I think, I mean, Deb said it. I think it's utterly invaluable because so many times I've heard people come along and say, I thought I was the only person. And then I spoke to these other people and I'm not the only person. Actually, they told me about, you know, what they did in this situation. Lots of things about practical advice, insurance, and all of that. So a problem shared is a problem halved. The other thing I've noticed is that I make sure that every new patient, we tell them about the foundation, they leave with the web address. And a lot of people say, oh, yes, thank you, that's very useful. You know, I'm not a patient group sort of person. I always say, well, you know, what's the harm in getting the bare facts? What's the harm in being on the mailing list, you know? And people always join up. And there'll come a point where they'll dig it out. So they've got to go with the web address and they will go and join up with it. So even when they think I'm not a patient group sort of person, just go on the mailing list. What harm can it do? And then I think it's very powerful. I think we deliberately, we very, very carefully put that into the guidelines, that I think it's a really, really important thing. And it's actually not a continental European thing as much as it is a North American and a UK thing. And I think that's more challenging actually for some parts of the world.
No, brilliant. Thank you. Danielle, please. Yeah. You're muted still.
Hi. So I just wanted to mention the importance of organizations and connecting with people on websites regarding our diseases. I connected with the Autoimmune Hepatitis Association immediately, and it was my own research. It was my own, Googling, and I was able to. They had a list of providers, doctors, medical doctors that specialized specifically with that disease, and from there, I was able to find my doctor, and that was incredibly important because otherwise, I was sort of just Googling on the computer, trying to randomly find someone that was appropriate for me. And so that was incredibly helpful. And then I just can't emphasize enough how important it is to connect with groups. And, as Dave Jones had mentioned, some people don't feel like it's for them. But I think if you just sort of push them in that direction, even if they were just looking at comments and maybe not participating, just saying you can just see what other people are saying, it will alleviate a lot of stress and mental anguish that we have upon diagnosis and the fears we have. And, if I can help someone who's just diagnosed yesterday to understand that they're going to be okay, I mean, that take it day by day and just, that we're here for them as someone who's, suffered from it for a while, then that's great.
Perfect.
I can help
I
them.
want to say this about that. After my sister died, I went through survivor's guilt like you cannot imagine. Why her, not me, that kind of thing. And I'm not a group person. I'm not a joiner. It's just not my nature. But I have to tell you, I found a lot of support in the groups. I needed that. It was needed it desperately because I couldn't understand why I was still alive. And it didn't make sense to me. And I think not being a joiner, so I'm talking to non-joiners out there, get yourself involved because it will help you. It truly will. Don't be afraid of that. And speak up if you need to. I think what you just said is so powerful and important. So that's all I can tell you. We all have our fight to fight. We can fight it together. We can fight it alone.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. Chief, I know you've got some words before.
Yeah, I can just make a point, something that Danielle had to say. In the UK on the 23rd of March 2020, we went into complete and utter lockdown. And within a week, we had started a weekly session on a Thursday, 2:00 our time, with a specialist, a PBC specialist, and that includes a hepatologist, AIH, PSC, etc., and or both. And we've been running them every single Thursday now for nigh on 2 years. A break at Christmas, of course. And David has been at many, many, many of these sessions. And what it's done, apart from answering questions about, because not everybody can get to see doctors during COVID, not only has it answered some of the questions that need answering, put minds at rest, but there's lots of them, they've all started making little groups together, little WhatsApp groups, we've got people in Alberta, we've got people in Nottingham, and it's been lovely. So it's been multifunctional, and we're booked up till April, May this year, every Thursday. The doctors have been wonderful and willing to come on board and do this for an hour, or in David's case, an hour and a half every week.
Perfect.
So all I'm saying is there's multi-benefits.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I appreciate that. David, I need one of your legendary short answers to this, please.
Legendary, yeah.
So there is a validated measure that looks at quality of life, where Superman is 1.
Yeah.
Can you talk us just very briefly in a couple of minutes? Can you talk us through that and then explain where PBC is, please?
Okay, so this is health utility. This is a score where, as Robert says, perfect quality of life is 1. The worst quality of life possible is 0, and every disease can be somewhere on that scale. And this is a very important part of decisions on reimbursement for drugs. This is where health economics comes in, but it also allows you to compare between different disease types. So it's actually very helpful in understanding the way disease impacts. PBC patients who haven't got any symptoms, who've got early stage disease and who've responded to treatment, they average about 0.95. So you can have really good quality of life with PBC. That is possible. Plenty of people do. It's really important to remember that, because there's nothing to say you can't get there. If you have fatigue or bad itch, then that drops it down to about 0.75, something like that. So it's a really big drop, and that's where the loss in sort of quality of life is. And obviously where people have cirrhosis and complications, it drops a little bit further. Interestingly, URSO across the whole UK population significantly improves that. So it's another reason why everybody should take URSO. It really does improve. But the message is, so symptomatic PBC really does affect people's quality of life. You guys all know that, but it's very important for us to prove this to people who don't believe it. But we can get you essentially back to normal, and that must be the goal. The goal, we should be as a community ambitious about this. We've kind of settled for good enough for too long. We should be bold about this. You can get back to normal with PBC, and that should be the goal.
Perfect. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going to very quickly run our poll question. Now, this is to do with biopsy. So this will come up on your screen. And again, we're going to ask you just yes, no, don't know. But the question is to do with your awareness of the fact that most modern clinical guideline or guidance documents do not recommend or suggest biopsy is the gold standard for measuring liver damage with PBC. So we're going to run that poll question. So there you go. Did you know that liver biopsy is not recommended in recent guidance documents for staging liver damage in PBC? And the answer is yes or no. I don't know if it's good news or bad news, but the panelists cannot vote in this, so this is absolutely only open to the general public. So we're just going to give you 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and down it goes. And then we'll close that off, and then we'll see what the answers are.
Is that because this panel member said they were in Antarctica in the very first question?
Close. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's why.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at the answer. We'll see if the answer pops up as well. Now, the reason we're having this, so wow, that's an interesting. So only 57% knew the answer was yes. That actually, it's not recommended. So the reason I'm asking this question is, again, is just to look at the general awareness within the situation, because when we look at measuring PBC, we know there are three aspects. You've got your quality of life in terms of your symptom burden. We've got your liver biochemistry, your liver tests. And then you've got your histology, which is your cell damage or cell change within the liver. So the question is about biopsy, and is it appropriate in terms of staging damage? Is it appropriate in terms of staging? I'll keep talking in the hope that I come back.
I'll interrupt Rob and say I've been diagnosed 28 years this month and I've never had a liver biopsy. It was started in Edinburgh first, apparently, and I'm okay with that. Oh, poor Robert, this is awful. Now he's disappeared, he's come back. Interesting that so many people didn't know that a biopsy wasn't it? I'm just taking over here as old people do. Sorry about this. But interesting. But this platform is obviously going to rectify some of that as well, isn't it? Because they don't come without the risks of biopsy, and they should be seriously thought through and talked through. David, we've lost Robert. Have you got any comment? Your microphone, David. Your microphone.
Oh, it's all going wrong. There was a really interesting question in the chat about when is biopsy useful in terms of understanding higher risk disease in response to therapy, and I think that's a really good question. So I don't think you should ever use biopsy to diagnose PBC anymore, unless you happen to be antibody negative. That was something that we used to in the old days. We shouldn't be doing it to look for the presence of cirrhosis anymore. There are better ways of doing that aren't invasive. But where we do biopsies, and I estimate it's about 1 in 10 patients for us, it's these people where is it overlap for lots of people with overlap? Is it bad PBC? Has it responded to treatment? So my rule of thumb is I've got to be able to explain to somebody how their treatment will change with the biopsy findings before we would do it. So we do it in a small number of people, and it is actually, when we do it, very useful to understand what treatment is the right one to use. I was just blagging it, Robert.
We've kind of done it all for you.
There we go. Perfect. Again, so just as I was asking about biopsy, and is that the best way to measure liver damage within PBC? Is that the question you answered, Dave?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. I will look back on the recording to see what was said then. Right. Thank you very much. So we have 5 minutes now before we close this session. So I just want to just give each of you, again, just a couple of minutes just to have any final words that you want to share with regard to the unmet need within the clinical landscape of PBC. Any thoughts around the room?
Yeah,
Chief? Yep.
Without wishing to let cats out of bags, we know that there are companies interested in the fatigue, and the fatigue affects us all, varying degrees at various times. What do you call it? Fatigue, lethargy, heaviness. There's so many things to describe what we go through that can last minutes, hours, days, weeks, etc. We do know some of the things that can help, but the bonus is that we now know that there are companies who are identifying various things, who have approached us, and they want to start, well, they have been doing some clinical trials. So it's good to know that somebody out there has got, not you know about it, David, more than me, but it's on the shelf, isn't it? It's being worked on.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Deborah?
I want to say keep a journal, keep track of your symptoms, document how you're sleeping, when you're sleeping, if that's a problem for you. Itching, whatever it is, when it occurs, how it occurs, and don't be afraid to fight for yourself. You've got to fight for your own treatment and care. You really do. But keep a journal and keep track of what's happening to you, so you can go to the doctor with data, and the doctor can look at real data that you've collected.
Perfect. Thank you. Danielle?
I just wanted to say that these diseases are life-changing, but you don't have to define yourself by your disease. And if you can, what you'll learn as a patient is to adapt and change your life, but it can also be for the good as well. And don't be so hard on yourself. You're not going to be the person you used to be. That's just the reality. But you'll be a new person. You can empower yourself by connecting with others and, you know, using all the tools that we have available for you to feel better.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Dave?
Symptoms is the big one for me. I think we probably, under trial or in practice at the moment, we have the drugs we need to do to control the disease. We just need to learn how to use them best. The big one is symptoms. Big one is, so a treatment for fatigue and a usable treatment for itch are the real important ones. And this is where, and Colette mentioned this, I think about half the times I'm talking to companies now about new trials, it's around symptoms, which I think is a really positive thing. And this is a meeting around the FDA. What's going to be really important is the dialogue about how do we do trials to measure symptoms. And I think don't lose sight of that. The FDA, we found, are really, really understanding about the importance of symptoms on people's lives, very positive about it. But the devil is, how do you measure that? Which is not the same as a blood biochemistry and things. So don't let thoughts about the process of measuring symptoms get in the way of actually progress in that area, is my plea.
That's why you keep track personally.
Yeah.
Find a way to keep track.
So I think Deb makes a very important point. Real world data is the way to do it, is those tracking of your experience. So I think we live in a world with these, don't we? And that's the powerful tool, isn't it? These are different ways of being able to do it. So I think it needs us to think a little laterally.
Thank you. Chief?
I just got one very important point to pick up on, which Danielle's alluded to on a couple of occasions. Please, people, do understand that there are things we can do to help ourselves. Exercise, a bit of a bad word, or movement is medicine, and also what we put into our bodies by way of processed foods and sugars and everything else. That's all stuff we can share, but don't feel helpless, because there are things we can do to help ourselves. However small that may be, we're not powerless as patients.
You're absolutely right. So thank you, everybody. So that leads us beautifully into our next session. So we're going to have a 10-minute break. The next session is on clinical trials. So clinical trials of the future, best possible clinical trials to do. And the clear answer is we need to come together as a community to make the difference. I can see my internet's going again. So on that, to the panel, Colette,
Thanks,
Danielle,
everybody.
Deborah, Dave, thank you
Bye.
all so much. Bear in mind, our questions are open, so please do come and ask your questions. Make sure they're in the Q&A box, make sure they're in the chat box, and we shall see you after the break. Thank you very much, all. Take care. Here we are, session 3 of the externally led patient-focused drug development session here with Global Liver Institute, and with so many patients and clinical experts sharing as much information as possible, answering some of the questions and comments that are coming in the chat box. Please do keep those comments coming in, because that will steer where our conversation goes next. So we have our third and final session of today, and that is looking at clinical trials in all sorts of aspects. So what I'm going to do is I am going to invite Dr. Cynthia Levy to share her screen, to open up her camera and microphone, and to talk to us today about the future of clinical trials in PBC. Hello, Cynthia. Good day to you. Lovely to see you.
Hello,
And,
everybody.
over to you. Thank you.
All right. Now you can continue to talk. I'm going to get my presentation up.
Okay, this we can do. So it's been a lively chat so far, so which is absolutely great to see. So we are looking forward to the future of clinical trials, and what we can do, what we can't do, what is going to be different, and what we can do different in the future. So Cynthia, your slides are up.
Yeah, everybody can see it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. This is such a great initiative, so it's an honor to participate. So you heard a lot from my colleagues and from patients with the disease, all of you participating about the unmet needs in this field of, primary biliary cholangitis. What can we do to make your lives better? And Robert asked me to reflect about the future of clinical trials in PBC. So here are my disclosures. I am the principal investigator for a number of trials in cholestatic diseases, and I advise the companies on protocol development. So what I thought I would start with in this process, as I was reflecting about the future, is to think where we are so that we can find out where we need to go. So what's the status in current endpoints that we use in clinical trials for this disease, and pros and cons? So we use, of course, biochemical endpoints for the disease-modifying drugs that are trying to improve your survival without transplant, as David was mentioning. And often we use composite endpoints, as was used in POISE, that's the trial for the obeticholic acid, keeping in mind that these biochemical endpoints are only reasonably likely to predict surrogate. That's how they're considered by the agency, and therefore, when the drug is approved, it's under conditional approval, right? Because as was also mentioned before, we're just improving lab tests. One concern we have when screening and getting patients to enroll in clinical trials, also based on biochemistries, we have to keep in mind we're selecting patients who are at high risk for progression, right? Non-responders or incomplete responders to UDCA. And typically, we require that they have been on URSO for at least 12 months prior to screening, because there are some people who take a little longer. But that may be an issue. We may be delaying patient entry and the opportunity to modify the disease course a little earlier. So that's something I'll address later. All right. We also want to look at fibrosis, and I put here / liver stiffness. We know that liver stiffness correlates really well with histologic stage, and it can predict clinical events. We also know that even though you are all wonderful patients and willing to contribute to science as much as you can, patients are more reluctant to proceeding with liver biopsy. And the truth is, it does have a negative impact on enrollment, and we can use the Canadian trial on budesonide as an example, right? So that is one of the barriers to clinical trials if we want to use histology. However, liver stiffness is not currently accepted as a primary endpoint, and one of the issues is that the ability of liver stiffness measurement to detect changes has been in question. We'll talk about that as well. Other endpoints we look at clinical endpoints such as decompensation, transplant, and death. Those would be ideal, but not practical, because these studies will take years for us to observe a difference in events. The patient-reported outcomes for studies that assess your symptoms, the fatigue and pruritus are so important. However, we have difficulty using it as an endpoint in clinical trial. What is a clinically relevant change for us to for a drug to be approved for that endpoint? And also another issue that we currently face is that most studies compare to a placebo arm, right, in the randomization study. And this duration of the randomized phase can be up to 7 years, depending on the trial, or potentially longer. So we have issues with that as well, keeping a high-risk patient potentially on placebo for so many years when we have some other alternatives. So we don't have time to discuss all of these issues, but I'm going to focus on two. I want to talk about liver stiffness and then talk about early entry into clinical trials. So improved ways to predict and track disease progression is an unmet need. We need to, and those will translate into better endpoints in our clinical trials. So I want to start thinking of liver stiffness as an endpoint. What can we do to make it a good endpoint and to really translate into to be able to accurately detect the benefit for our patients? Can we potentially combine it with other markers of fibrosis? So we know that biomarkers of extracellular matrix turnover are increased in PBC, and they correlate with stage. Let's take ELF, for instance, which is a serum marker of fibrosis, a combination of 3 markers. This marker can identify high-risk patients at baseline, but not only that, we know that it can change. So in the Besurso trial, patients who responded to bezafibrate had their ELF reduced as well. Another one is the PRO-C3, which can detect advanced disease stage and can also differentiate also responders and non-responders. It is lower in the responders. So could we potentially combine that with liver stiffness changes to consider that there is improvement in fibrosis even without having a liver biopsy tagged with that? I think biopsy should probably be reserved for very specific situations when we're looking into those of you who have PBC with autoimmune hepatitis, perhaps. So what evidence do we have that we can use liver stiffness measurement in clinical trials? Well, I want to show you 2 pieces of information. So one is that we know, well, I mentioned first that liver stiffness does correlate, oh my God, what is this? Liver stiffness does correlate with outcomes at baseline, right? The cutoffs may be different. The French study showed a cutoff of 9.6 at baseline. The Mayo Clinic group showed had just a recent publication last year, and they came up with 10.2, 10.4, so similar, cutoff to identify patients who are at increased risk for decompensation, progression to transplant or death. So that is at baseline, but we also know that change in liver stiffness, as shown here, over the years, is also a strong predictor of outcomes. So an increase in liver stiffness by more than 2.1 kilopascals per year in the French study was associated with an 8-fold increase in the risk of outcomes. That's powerful information. And then we couple with this. We also learned that a change in liver stiffness can be observed in response to an intervention. So here I show you the Besurso trial. That was the French study, 2 years duration, right? Where we compared patients on urso plus placebo versus urso plus bezafibrate treatment for 2 years. And so here in the bar graph, we see in blue, the placebo patients, patients who received placebo, and in orange, patients who received bezafibrate. And what we see is that the liver stiffness measurement at 24 months increased by 22% among patients receiving placebo, whereas it decreased by 15% in patients on bezafibrate. This is very powerful information. So liver stiffness measurement changes in response to our intervention, and it aligns with the effect of the drug that we're evaluating. It's not a random change. And it also shows another important information here that ties us with the next point I'm going to discuss, which is it confirms that the patients who we are enrolling in clinical trials now, those are the incomplete responders to UDCA, are unfortunately at higher risk for progression. And the longer we keep them off an appropriate therapy, the higher the chance they will have an event, right? So this study with the increasing liver stiffness over time in this population is telling us, okay, this is a high-risk population. Seems obvious, but here we're demonstrating it. This other point that I wanted to make was about the earlier definition of inadequate response to treatment. As mentioned in the beginning, we typically require that patients be treated for 12 months with USO before we determine that he or she is an incomplete responder. However, most patients will declare themselves pretty early. So together with the global PBC, we looked into trying to identify a cutoff for the alkaline phosphatase that could be used earlier at the 6-month mark, perhaps, to identify most of the non-responders. And this was presented in the liver meeting last year. A paper is being prepared as we speak. But we identified here that with a cutoff of 1.9 times upper limit of normal at 6 months, we identified 90% of the patients so 90% of these patients would not respond to USO at the end of the year on treatment. So only 10% would be at risk of being overtreated if we were to put them in a clinical trial. That's what this is saying. We would capture most of those non-responders early and be able to intervene. So this is my last slide, and here I outline several of the points that I think we should consider when designing future studies. The entry criteria, as I just mentioned, and here, so yes, we can identify an earlier cutoff at the 6-month mark, perhaps. We can also consider, as Dave mentioned, a top-down approach where, based on a pretreatment score, for instance, like the Carbone score, we can determine patients who should receive, for instance, dual therapy from the get-go, and prevent them from going long-term as a high-risk patient. So top-down or not, but identifying them early. The Carbone score identifies these patients at baseline. If we want to be more pragmatic and treat for 6 months and then reassess the alkaline phosphatase, we can do that. We don't need to wait 12 months. The other issue is the randomization to placebo, and this will be addressed by Bettina, I know. Can we use the so-called natural history controls or synthetic controls as a control arm instead of placebo in our clinical trials? We need to consider the ethics of long-term use of placebo in patients who we know are high risk. Endpoints as far as disease-modifying drugs, our patients prefer the use of non-invasive strategies. And liver stiffness can offer additional information about our patients. Liver stiffness is not just a marker of fibrosis, it's a marker of prognosis. It determines risk. And if we can lower risk, that's what we want. So we could be done either combined with markers of fibrosis, for instance, or in combination as a co-primary endpoint with biochemical endpoints, for instance, a no increase in liver stiffness while the biochemical endpoint is being met. So can we use such endpoints to reach drug approval? With respect to quality of life measurements, we do have well-validated instruments, but we need help from the agency to determine clinically relevant endpoints that can lead to drug approval. This is another very important unmet need. And finally, we want to get patients involved early in trial development. I'm starting to see some sponsors consulting with patients and patient representatives to participate in the early development of the clinical trial. So with that, I'm going to stop, and thank you for your attention and happy to answer questions.
Cynthia, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. So we will open up the chat to to everyone who's here today. We still have an amazing number, bearing in mind that it's already 7:30 p.m. here in the UK. It's 8:30 in Europe. It's even later in Israel, and still we have people here who are interested in asking their questions. So please do bring your questions into either the Q&A or the chat box, and we would love to address that. So, Cynthia, will you be around for the panel discussion later? Or yeah, wonderful, right? That would be ideal. So, what we'll do then is we will thank you for your presentation. That, to be honest, has eradicated a whole lot of questions. So, I think we'll open them up as the discussion points and talk about more detail. But I think that's been immensely helpful. And what we'll do now is invite Bettina Hansen to now take the platform, and we look forward to hearing from Bettina. We'll just give Bettina a second to, hello.
Hi, hello everyone. Happy to be here. I'm really honored to be invited to give my short presentation here and discuss this with you. I'll start sharing my screen. Hopefully you will be able to see this in presentation mode. Is that correct?
That's beautiful.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay, just a small introduction about myself. I'm not an MD, but a statistician. Maybe a weird thing to be here at present, but I do have something that I want to share with you, a new idea from statistical part, which might be interesting when we are designing clinical trials. So what we're going to look at is, my title is Synthetic Controls. And I'm originally Danish, and in Danish you have a saying that loved ones have many names. So it's also sometimes called external controls, historical controls, and that's what we're going to look at today. Just to motivate it here, and I know we are in a good forum with PBC, and that is also the motivation of this whole setting. From a statistical point of view. So what Cynthia just pointed out is that, for example, looking at OCA has only been given accelerated approval, but what we do not know is, does OCA, for example, or does this treatment improve event-free survival, what we call, does it improve your survival? It was approved in 2016 based on lowering alkaline phosphatase, which we see here to the right. There you see the blue curve and the red curve. And on the axis, you see the survival rate. And the patients who at time 0, time 1 year, had a low ALP below 2, had a better survival, transplant-free survival, than the patient who were above 2. And that's one of the reasons why OCA was approved, because it showed that it lowered alkaline phosphatase. Still, it remained, and it still remains, a question whether treatment improves event-free survival. So how do you do this? I mean, you're forced, of course, to make a clinical trial with a placebo arm and a treatment arm for OCA. And I calculated together with that knowledge that we had at that time that it actually would take 10 to 15 years to do such a trial. And the problem is then you are having a problem with the placebo arm, because it's just not acceptable to stay in the placebo arm that long, and you get a sort of biased dropout. And that is then impossible to actually, at the end of the day, to compare the two arms. So that's the sort of thing that can likely happen in such a situation. So my experience comes in here because I have set up a global PBC study group, and that is a connection with all sites throughout the world where we collected knowledge and data of real-world data PBC treated patients, where we use this cohort to describe the natural history of the disease and identify risk factors like alkaline phosphatase. And we could also, of course, use it to post-marketing surveillance. But a new thing that has evolved over the last few years is actually that we could use this real-world data as an external control to treat patients. So this is really something that's going to happen in the future, and really future. Maybe even very soon. Why is that so important? Because we have this potential bias in the trial setting. If we would do a 10 to 15 years trial with new drugs, so there is really a need for this, especially in difficult to perform randomized controlled trials when you have rare diseases like PBC, especially also in pediatric population. If you look at different rare diseases within pediatric populations, and indeed where you have long follow-up is required. And so I showed you the phase 3 study of OCA, and I'm only going to use that as an example of the driving, trying to explain what I've been doing the last years to indeed use this real-world data as an external control and compare it with what we already know from, for example, OCA. Is it then feasible? Yeah, you could say, to use this real-world data as an external control. Trial data is nice. I mean, beautiful design, high quality, narrow inclusion and exclusion data. So it's a beautiful setting, and it's approved by FDA and EMA and other regulatories to be followed the way it does. So everything looks great. And real-world data, well, is a different kind of story. It's a mixed population. I put missing data in quotes because I don't believe that it's missing data. Honestly, it's because of standard of care. This is the way that people are followed up over time. So I don't call it missing data, but more sort of this is the way that the patients are taken care of. We might have bias in the selection of the patients that we have in our database. Do we have all sites? Do we have all patients within a site? So we have a lot of things we have to deal with. But there are a lot of stakeholders here. Pharma, of course, will have the trial data that they're sort of insecure about whether this is working or not with a 10-year long prognosis of placebo. We have the scientists where, for example, Cynthia, Dave Jones, that you saw today, Mark DeBona, all part of, where we're looking at this real-world data. We are looking at they're treating all these patients on a daily basis. I think we should use this knowledge. And regulatory are super important because they have to guard the integrity of what we are all doing. But we are all here for one reason, and that's to improve patient care, and that's the thing that is driving everything. There is enormous willingness and transparency to data sharing and setting up protocol and analysis plans, I found. And that's, I think, is so valuable to work forward. The ideal situation would also be that pharma steps out when the analysis is done and actually the analysis is conducted maybe independently from pharma to be total transparent. I think you are aware that there are two big real-world data at present, but there are a lot of things like in Italy and in the Netherlands, they have their own databases. In Canada, we have our own CANAL database. The Global PBC Study Group and the UK PBC group was launched in 2012 and have really enormous amount of patient data, a data bank, I would call it. And I think it's important, we are living in 2022, that we really grab this data and recycle the knowledge that we can draw from these databases. And of course, there is a high bar standardization of quality we have to live up to. We have to make sure that we have a standard way of capturing data. We have to adjudicate maybe the outcome measurements. We have to do some quality control and audits like any trial would also do. So that's some important aspects that we are all trying to live up to in this new world of real world data. So our primary aim that I'm just going to show you is that we have this treated cohort with a new drug. And what we're trying is actually to pull from the real world data a similar aligned harmonized cohort that looks very similar to the treated cohort at what we called time zero, the index visit. And then we followed these patients over time to see what is actually happening when we're looking at, for example, events at last follow-up visit. To do that, we have to harmonize the signs. So we have our treated cohort in blue here, and our real-world data here in the red circle here. We have to make sure that our real-world data have the same outcomes that we are watching in the treated cohort. We have to make sure that high quality. We might do some analysis on the power of this, how good is the result number of events. And then we, of course, do a selection of this real-world data to make sure that they align totally with the treated cohort. We capture when does the follow-up start, and here's when a lot of statistics comes into, because we have to make sure that we follow up then in the same manner. And then we have to assess finally the red dark roll here that you see all here that has a balanced design as compared to the blue one, so they're totally comparable. On the previous slide, there was a red mark, as you saw here, that there was a firewall on, that we were blinded for the outcome. And now we sort of lift that firewall and watch the actual endpoint, which we actually were adjusted for. And here's some statistical terminology that I will not go into right now. But now we are actually allowed to look into this. And that's what I'm showing you here is what we came out with the first analysis that we did with comparing OCA with these new synthetic controls that we had generated. And what we show here is what we call the hazard ratio of an event. And that was, if it's below 1, it favors the new treatment. If it's above 1, it does not. So this showed here with all kinds of different kinds of methods, and we showed in yellow we compared the UK PBC cohort with data from OCA treated patients, and in blue we compared the global PBC study group patients with OCA patients. And I think that what was very nice at the end of the day, we did not really expect it, honestly, that the UK and the global PBC study group gave very similar results. And I thought that was quite stunning, because it is a different way of capturing data, but very nice that they aligned. So our key takeaway message was here that there is a benefit in using these real-world data, and it's a new method that we need to explore a lot more. And it actually might be able to be used in this setting instead of having placebo arms in studies, or at least being used in parallel to this. The pros and the cons, there's enormous enthusiasm for collaborative across sites, across within pharma, I think patients as well, because it is a new idea that can improve methodology, and we can recycle our knowledge and data banks that we have put up. We have to understand the effect size and do a lot of sensitivity and subgroup analysis. So is the same results, could we see that if we look at a specific subgroup of high-risk patients, or with low-risk patients maybe, or within males and females, do we find the same results? And then I think what is nice here that we were able to validate the findings, looking at UK PBC data and global data, so that you come up with the same results is making it a lot stronger. I realized that there are a lot of challenges, especially when we have to assess the quality of those databases. And one important thing is that there's no safety data here. So it means that you cannot avoid totally to do clinical trials, but you can focus the safety data on a different kind of studies maybe. Or this is also something that is discussed within statisticians, is what we call immortal time bias. It's difficult terminology, and I won't explain that here. But if anyone wants to know more about it, I'm happy to take any questions. And then there's a challenge to get it all right legally and ethical, etc. And there are a lot of publication and stakeholders in place. We have so many sites that are involved here, and we have to make sure that everyone are happy with this. So yes, I believe it's feasible to use real world data as external controls in specific situations. And there's a strong need to improve this methodology and also to make sure that we know how to measure quality of real world data. And I think that this one of the reasons that we are here today is indeed to collaborate and make it easier going forward for the future. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, it was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Very thought-provoking. Are we close to a new future? There's a question. So thank you very much for that. I really appreciate your input here. And are you able to stay behind for the panel discussion after? Wonderful. Thank you so much. Right, I look forward to you being part of that. So again, thank you very much for your input. Now, what I would like to do now is, if you bear with me, I'm going to share my screen with you once again. If I can. So let's do share screen. And we're going back to our survey once again. And we're looking at clinical trial participation. So this is one of the issues that we face. PBC is a rare condition. Most people will respond to URSO, and then we have a series of people who then don't respond to URSO and then are available to go on to clinical trials. So we're talking about subgroups of subgroups of subgroups, all of whom are part of a rare group in the first place. So when we look at clinical trial participation, again, this is N equals 145, so 145 people responded. And have you or are you part of a clinical trial? 92.3% of our respondents said no. 1% said currently yes, and 6.7% said yes previously. Now that isn't anywhere near enough in terms of if we are going to genuinely shift the needle in all the places we need to in terms of care of PBC. So one of the other things I wanted to share with you is a previous study. So this is where N equals 153. Now this was when we worked towards a poster which was presented at EASL in 2019 at the Liver Congress, where 75.5% of URSO non-responders said that their HCP had not discussed clinical trial opportunities with them. So I just want to share that with you as a discussion point, because what we're going to do is we're going to go next to Angela Eddy. So I just wanted to share those thoughts with you. We'll bring that into the discussion, the conversation as well, because when we're meeting unmet need, we absolutely need to have patients involved. So we're looking at the barriers and we're looking at the solutions. Okay, so bear with me a second. We're going to invite Angela to switch on her camera and her microphone. And then we will ask Angela to present her experience. Angie, I see you. Right, there we go.
Hi.
I'm going to mute myself and switch myself up, and I'm going to follow your instructions.
Thank you.
I promise.
Okay. Thank you very much for being given the opportunity to speak today. I'm just recovering from a throat infection, so I'm hoping my voice is going to hold out. I've got my trusty glass of water with me, so let's hope I can make it through. Just a little bit about me. Really, I was diagnosed 12 years ago, and I had a transplant 2 years after that. But unfortunately, I was diagnosed very late, and I was a non-responder. I feel very fortunate that I've been very well. Personally, I am one of those big numbers that has not been invited to in any particular clinical trial, although I have been involved in 1 or 2 studies. So the focus of this whole session was really about gaining insights into the PBC community's opinions about clinical trial design. I'm actually just going to look at the therapeutic impact and how we capture and measure potential therapeutic impact. I'm going to be talking about it very much from my personal perspective. So that's with my PBC glasses on, but also bringing in some of my personal insights from my professional background, which is in oncology and in academia, where I've been involved in trials mainly with cancer patients. So if you could go on to the next slide, please, Robert. Thank you. So I've been really impressed today with some really powerful stories from PBC patients. And living with PBC is very complex, so there's a physical, psychological and social aspect. And it's clear that the symptom burden is very complex and it's not always related to the severity of the disease. And I think from a participant point of view, from the patient's point of view, if we're asked to participate in a study or a trial, we're hoping that that intervention, whatever that intervention will be, will have a positive, beneficial therapeutic effect. I think it's really important to understand what the population group, the patient group, PBC patients, regards as an intervention that would be meaningful. What kind of effect would make a significant impact on their lives? And also, how would we measure how significant that impact is? So there's all the kinds of things that I guess go into part of the informed consent process, but that's later down the actual trial process itself. It's almost like you need this at the front end of the study. So thinking about risks and benefits, what is a significant risk? Now, it's a very personal thing, what I might consider to be a significant risk in terms of taking a drug or having any kind of intervention might be very different to somebody else. But we need almost that collective knowledge to know what would the treatment burden be? Is that acceptable? What is the tolerance for any kind of risk? Importantly, things like patient preference is important, and a lot of that information can be gained from things like patient preference studies. So we've heard a lot of people talking about the impact of living with things and some of the things that they do to manage their diseases themselves, and thinking about which they would choose which route they would choose to go down themselves. So I think traditionally, when we try to capture a therapeutic effect, some ways to capture that is much easier than others. So if it's a blood test or a fibre scan, that's fairly straightforward. However, I think when you're looking at the non-drug based interventions, which might be trying to tackle things like fatigue, itch, brain fog, and they're much more difficult to evaluate. So if you can go on to the next slide, please. I feel as though I've got you as my little personal slave here, but I feel a bit mean asking you to do this. I just wanted to really talk about my experience of the ways that the few trials really and studies that I've been involved in, the way that they've tried to capture that information, especially around the quality of life, so all of those issues that people have talked so well about. So most of them take on a very quantitative approach. So they tend to be questionnaires. They tend to be very closed questions using Likert scales marking from 1 to 5 or 1 to 7, visual analog scales where you have to put into a line on a mark to see, how where you would sit in the different extremes. And I understand that they're very easy to administer. It's easy to collect masses of data, and obviously want to get some statistical significance in there. But for me personally, when I'm filling them in, they're very arbitrary. And when we're really looking at things like quality of life and impact on things, it's quite a superficial moment in time. So you're asking people to mark on a grid or answer strongly agree, disagree, or whatever. So for me, I often feel that when people are trying to find out information about quality of life or my fatigue or my brain fog, that it requires a much more in-depth kind of investigation. So it's more about what methodology you're trying to use and what method you're trying to use to find out the answer to the question. So for me, I think it would be beneficial to see a few more things like open-ended questions, such as interviews, focus groups, that kind of thing where we can explore issues in a lot more depth with people to get that deeper understanding about what it is like to live with PBC. And I think that we know anecdotally from being on patient forums, from things like this, that it's a very complex picture. And we're trying to almost simplify it into different scales of measurement. Now, I know that it's messy, that kind of data. It's very time consuming, so it's probably not everybody's go-to in terms of collecting a lot of data very, very quickly. It's much easier to do a questionnaire and get that out there. But it's about the quality of the data that you would get back from that. And I think that we're almost missing an opportunity there, where the outputs that you would get from a more qualitative inquiry would actually allow you maybe to design new tools that would be maybe more appropriate for measuring some of the symptoms that people describe so well. I'm just going to take a quick sip of water while we go to the next slide, please. So, I suppose just to finish this a little bit about what do I think, what are the ways that we can capture and measure the therapeutic effect? I think it really is down to good research design and asking the right questions. And for me personally, I would like to see or to feel or to know that patients have been co-designers in the research design process itself. But it's not that co-production of knowledge and how that knowledge can then be disseminated. And that has some kind of credibility, I think, in terms of the PBC community itself. So all of the things that we've talked about here about, patient-centered outcomes, what's important. Robert showed from the slide, we tend to think about itch, fatigue, brain fog. So obviously there are other things like this generalized pain, bone pain. Those things are worth exploring in more depth. But we need direct input from the PBC community for that. And patient preferences. So the acceptability of any interventions or outcomes that you might be looking at, and thinking about, what patients themselves actually would prefer, and asking them that. I'm thinking about incorporating that into the design. So it's just also about using the right tool at the right time in the patient's journey. So, for example, I've been given the same questionnaire from when I was diagnosed with PBC 12 years ago, and I still get the same questionnaire 12 years later. So that, to me, is like a lot of it is just not applicable to me at all. I don't have the itch anymore. The fatigue is still there, but not as bad. So it's about the relevance of the instrument that you're using. And although a lot of these instruments are validated, I think sometimes there's an opportunity to learn and to design and develop new instruments that are specifically related to the PBC community. And finally, I think the last thing that I wanted to say is that I think the pandemic has taught us all as either healthcare workers or as patients that we can work and think in a slightly different way. And the use of things like webinars or reporting on forums, there's a lot of opportunities now for us to do self-reporting through electronic devices. And I know that's not going to be popular with a certain portion of the PBC community, but demographically we have to think that the shift is now much more towards that, and it's about convenience. So if we're asking patients to perhaps move towards self-reporting, then for me the mobile phone and the digital device is the way to go. And I think there's been lots of feasibility studies done there. I'm just thinking about the cancer community. They have actually looked at self-reporting through electronic devices. So I think there are lessons that can be learned from other communities that have moved towards that. And the last thing, before my voice finally gives up, really is this notion about altruism. I think most people, if they were asked to join into a trial or if they wanted to participate, would want to say yes, because we want it to be better for the next generation. We don't want them to struggle to find appropriate treatment like we all have. But it's about that reciprocity. So it's about them, giving something back. So, the drug companies or whoever is involved in designing research studies going forward to look into things like veganage and all of those things, it's really about including them including patients so that they're giving something back and allowing the patient's voice to be heard and inputted. And how we disseminate that information, I personally think is really important. I mean, this is more to do with PBC, it's nothing to do with time. But in terms of good practice and the things that we know should be happening in clinical practice, we always talk about evidence-based practice. So things like TEEP, for example, there's been a lot of work done in cancer patients where there have been interventions related to exercise that have actually been proven to help fatigue. So when I started working in radiotherapy too many moons ago to mention, we always told our patients about having chemo and radiotherapy therapeutic benefits of exercise in terms of increasing people's energy. And now that just became part of our everyday information and support that we give to patients. And I think there's lots of opportunity for interventions like that to be incorporated into clinical trials as well. That's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Angie. Now, I know that
Sorry, is that my thoughts? I'm sorry.
Well, that's okay. So I know that one or two people try and do is we'll try and make a transcript of that and make sure that's in the report. I were able to do it because we've got some comments in there. That's most helpful. And what we'll do, we'll come back to you during the panel discussion. But I think there's some questions have come up from what you've said. So thank you, Angie. That was amazing. And let's see where we go with the discussion. So. And share with us Donna's experience, knowledge, and the group that she represents as well. So just waiting for Donna Ball to come to the fore. And then we'll move forward. It's great to see so many questions and comments in the chat, which is absolutely fantastic. So Donna, we can see you. So we'll just get your microphone live, and I look forward to you taking the platform. So thank you very much for being here. Good day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Donna Bowl, and I live in Troy, Missouri. It's about 50 miles west of St. Louis, and I was diagnosed with PBC at the age of 35. And in 1985, we talked about biopsies a little bit earlier in the program, and I had to chuckle because it took 5 years for me to be diagnosed and 9 liver biopsies later. So it was a very different time then. So we have made a great deal of improvement in our treatment and certainly in early diagnosis. I am now 71 years old and I am 17 years post-transplant. Less than 100,000 men and women may certainly have PBC, but I just want to reiterate how determined and brave we are. I listen to literally hundreds of voices of men and women every day in the support group that I am certainly proud to facilitate. And today I want to speak for all of them. I know their frustration with prices of drugs, a lack of doctors who really know how to take care of someone with PBC, and their unending wait for a cure, not just drugs that may or may not stop an inevitable progression. A cure would decrease so many PBC complications, causing hospitalizations, much less a transplant that may or may not take place. In Missouri, I know for a fact that you have to have insurance in order to be listed for a transplant, and I think that is certainly a moment to pause on because it affects so many people's lives. I've suffered with PBC for 20 years, like I said, before my transplant, but never in those 20 years did I ever receive one single piece of information on PBC, not one pamphlet, not one word of what to expect, no support groups for sure. And I was, however, given, laughably enough, free bags of Urso. Little did I know how that would change. And I want to talk about the cost of Urso since I'm representing my support group as well as myself. This is the first line of treatment, and every single one of the 100,000 people who have PBC do take Urso, often for 20 or 30 years. And I asked my members what they pay for Urso. Prices literally range from $15 a month to $485 a month for someone who pays cash. This can be upwards of over $116,000 a year. And why do costs vary so greatly between insurance companies, pharmacies, and when we only have one choice? It's very scary to think that our lives depend, for the most part, on Urso, one single drug. We need more choices. Maybe research of drugs for PBC will lead to finding a cure for other diseases as well. But for PBC, there's no curing drugs. And one of my members the other day, when I asked them what they felt I needed to address today, said that there needs to be a cure drug, not just one that allays progression. This isn't always the case for a lot of people, and the progression, even though it may be slow, it's always in the back of their mind that when will it happen? Ocaliva is not proven to be really effective for many people. The itching it causes is unbearable, and the cost for many is prohibitive. All too often we talk about people losing themselves and not feeling like they're ever going to be the same person. And I think we are truly changed by having PBC, and our lives are changed forever. For years, my doctor asked me about itching, and I had no clue what they were even talking about. No one told me to expect it, but how life-altering this is. How many times have any of us, including myself, sat on the side of the bed at night crying, begging God to make it stop? It is unimaginable, and we need a medication that stops itching for all of us. My members ask about this in the support group almost on a daily basis. No one ever talked to me about the PBC fatigue, and when you can literally not put one foot in front of another. A member stated the other day she has trouble some days even feeding herself. Can you even imagine? You can't unless you've experienced it. And all too often, these are young, vibrant, very productive men and women with families and jobs who now sometimes have to quit those jobs and stay home, often on disability. And so the whole society loses out. When I retired from nursing about 8 years ago, I knew that I wanted to do something for people who had no one who got it, no one to vent to, and didn't ever understand how they felt mentally or physically, and certainly had no information about this rare disease. So 5 years ago, I started a closed PBC support group with the support of the American Liver Foundation. And this has been, without a doubt, the most rewarding thing in my life. We have over 3,000 members who are now friends, who travel together, but we are there for each other in 24 hours a day. Whenever anybody posts anything, I can guarantee within minutes they will have multiple comments and replies. No one ever feels alone, and this is certainly a big thing that so many with PBC experience, is the loneliness and the isolation. But unless it's really personal, unless someone in healthcare or big pharma or the drug companies or the insurance companies, unless it pertains to them personally, they don't understand. Members have to go through multiple doctors sometimes to find the right one. They travel great distances. They pay money for every time they go to a doctor, and then that one doesn't work out. Especially people in the rural areas, many of which drive hours for an appointment. But we're in this for the long haul, 20 or 30 years, really, for most people who have PBC. And we all deserve the very best care. I mean, I can remember just wondering, why can I just not get transplanted? And they kind of alluded to this a little while ago on one of the presentations, is that you have to be sick enough. And I think that's such a bad way to think about things, is that you have to progress to a point where all the other options except for transplant aren't available to you. And I think people don't realize the fatigue, the itching, the joint pain, all of this has been addressed today. Marriages, family members, friendships are lost. This is the way our lives are. This is what it affects every single aspect of our lives. We can't cancel social engagements because of the fatigue. We don't go out in public because of the itching and the scratching has left marks on our arms and legs. We can't remember the last night we slept well, but we're not PBC. We're so much more than that disease. And I wish people would help find a cure for this awful disease. There may be only 100,000 of us, but to us, it's very personal. And we see commercials every day with RA, arthritis, Parkinson's, dementia, and we all get it, so to speak, because it's touched, for the most part, almost all of our lives. But PBC is very rare. It has no face to the public. So again, unless it's personal, it just isn't always a priority and often not on anybody's list. So I hope that drug companies make it a priority. As far as support groups, please try and join one. Many people I know, again, and I think someone just said this, is that they feel like, oh, that's not for them, that they can't talk about it. But if you post something and just it helps just one person, what a difference that makes in one person's life. So join a support group. When you're ready, you will post. And I think we just want better lives. We deserve better. But thank you so much for your time and your listening. And I hope we see some changes very soon. Thank you.
Donna, thank you. Immensely powerful words. Thanks so much for that contribution. And you know what? If anyone is interested, they're in this room right here and right now. So the next generation of answers are definitely coming from where we are today. So thank you so much for that. Great to have you here. We'll have you back for the in the meantime, we're going to invite Kathy Mumford now to come and take the platform and to share your experience. Thanks again, Donna. Okay. Kathy, are you there? Hello.
I am. Hello.
Wonderful. The platform is yours.
Thank you, sir. I would like to say aloha from Kailua, Hawaii. My name is Kathy Mumford, and I'm going to talk about my personal story. As I do so, you'll understand how this ties to today's topic of designing clinical trials around patients. I am honored to be here and thank GLI for putting this program together and all the stakeholders that are participating. I've been diagnosed with primary biliary cholangitis, or PBC. Like so many of us with this disease, I have elevated liver chemistries for years before I was diagnosed, which nobody told me about, and I had to find out on my own after I was diagnosed, and I started scouring my medical records. Found this tidbit that my alkaline phosphatase was in the 740 range. One day late in 2006, I woke up with itch from head to toe and everywhere in between. I went and saw a PA, and the PA said, it's probably allergies, but I need to rule out this really rare autoimmune disease because of where the itch is and how it is. So I'm going to do this blood test. I'll let you know later today, but it's probably allergies. I got a phone call later in that day that it wasn't allergies. It was PBC. The next 3 months, I got a biopsy. It did confirm early stage 1 PBC. Through my involvement with the PBCers organization, I am incredibly lucky and blessed to know and connect with a great many experts in the field of PBC and research. Two of these experts are Dr. Gershwin and Dr. Bolus, both at the UC Davis in Northern California. I've donated blood to Dr. Gershwin's research, which he requires warm blood for, so that they can work all night and break this down as the blood breaks down and figure out what's going on. I've also participated in trials with Dr. Bolus. I have been through 4 trials, and it's an honor. One such study that I participated in was on the efficacy of MREs, or magnetic resonance elastography, versus a fiber scan to measure liver stiffness. I did this in 2015, excuse me. And so I went to my first appointment. I had my scans, and during my scan, it was obvious something was very different and unexpected because people started scurrying around. And later that day, Dr. Bullis called me with words that I never thought I'd hear from him. He said, "I'm scared for you. Your tests show that you have cirrhosis." And we were both very dumbfounded because I had been diagnosed with early stage and I'm an URSA responder. So how could I possibly have cirrhosis? After much more imaging, testing, and investigation, it was confirmed I do have cirrhosis. In dealing with clinical trials and having something like this happen, it is a life-changing moment for me. It rocked me in a way I never thought anything could. I realized I didn't know a lot of stuff that I should know about stage 4 and cirrhosis and the progression of the disease. Even though I've been involved with the PBCers organization for years by then, I had a huge hole in my knowledge base. I have also participated in a phase 3 open label trial this past year with Dr. Bolus, but unfortunately, due to an adverse reaction to the study medication, I had to withdraw. It hasn't dimmed my interest in participating, however. Debilitating fatigue and severe pruritus are the 2 symptoms that I have. I've had them both since before I was diagnosed. And they've changed my life considerably. You've heard people talk about how if you have pruritus, you can't sleep because you're itching, and we have fatigue, and so that just exacerbates it. There's a story about living with really severe fatigue. It's called the spoon theory, and you can look it up online. It's really a testament to what we deal with every day, because every day I don't know if I'm going to have energy to do anything. It might be a day I can get a shower. It might be a day I can go grocery shopping or enjoy my passion for sailing or scuba diving or what have you. But most days aren't quite that significant when it comes to the number of spoons that I have. Having cirrhosis is also still, unfortunately, very stigmatizing. I was in an emergency room for an unrelated matter, and the charge nurse stood at the door and told the nurse who was taking care of me, "Don't waste resources on her. She's got cirrhosis." And the implication was really clear that somehow I was undeserving of care because I had a disease that was destroying my liver. Because of my interest in clinical trials and research, I am passionate as an advocate, as a patient, as a support mechanism to encourage everyone who can participate in a clinical trial to do so. We cannot receive additional therapies to slow the progression or treat symptoms of this disease without participation in trials. I continue to live each day fully, and I'm committed to patient advocacy, research, and the cause or causes of PBC, effective and safe treatments for the disease and its symptoms, and someday a cure. Thank you for letting me share my story with you today.
Okay, wonderful, Kathy. Thank you so much for your input today, and again, immensely powerful. So delighted to have you with us. So what I'd like to do now, with your permission, is to open up all the microphones and to open up the cameras, and we will have our panel discussion. Okay, so we're just waiting for that. There we go. Oh my good grief, it's like America's Most Wanted. Right, hello, welcome. Thank you very much for being our last panel today. I have no idea where to start. What an incredible session. So I'm going to take the questions that came up in the chat. So if you have answers, then please you raise your hand and we'll come to you as quickly as we can. So again, going back to the survey that we produced for today, bear in mind that we are talking about a number of 145. But we had 44% saying that a barrier to clinical trial participation was the distance to centres. 21% said that a barrier was accommodation and trial. 70% of our patients said that remote participation solutions which would make them more keen and more likely to be involved in trial participation. What can we do as a PBC community to help address these barriers?
I'll jump in here. Go ahead. Living in Hawaii, it absolutely is now quite isolating in the whole realm of clinical trials because there are none being done here. My last trial I participated in, the sponsor was kind enough to fly me to California to participate. Not all sponsors can do that. But the pandemic has taught us several things about how we can get good care, meaningful care, and using telehealth mechanisms, portals that allow this type of give and take. While it doesn't allow your hepatologist or your study doctor to literally feel your liver, there are a great many things that can be done remotely. And I think we have learned that we can legitimize that in a clinical trial setting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, here is a question which I'm actually going to put to the patients. Will patients accept liver biopsies as part of enrollment in drug development trials? Now, I think part of that was actually answered in our presentations, but again, let's go around the room. Let's go to know your answers and your comments to this. But particularly that Cynthia talked about, liver stuff, all of those kind of things, do we as a patient community still feel that we want to partake in biopsies when we're taking part in clinical research?
Personally, for me, it wouldn't be a priority if there was any way that any other measures to do, fibre scans or whatever. That would be my go-to. I'm not particularly, I've never had one actually, I haven't said that, but it would depend on what the trial was really and what it was for. I would need more information. I think it's quite a big ask.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. Donna, you had a big sigh when I asked that question. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm trying to reflect on how different things are. I know we feel like we have not made much progress, but again, my own diagnosis over 5 years was only made not just from lab work, but again, only from 9 liver biopsies. I mean, that's all there was 30 years ago. So I think we've come a long way, but I was aghast that almost half the people in one of your questions, Robert, wasn't aware that liver biopsies are no longer used for diagnosis. I mean, I expected maybe 20, 25%. And I just think, wow, we are dropping the ball on this. As much as we feel like we are making a difference and getting the word out with support groups and education and the PBC Foundation and all the articles that are available, we've got some work to do. I mean, I was just shocked by that number, that many people still thought you had to have a biopsy. And I see that almost weekly, at least in my own Facebook group, people having biopsies. And, and it's because their doctors don't know. And if they don't know and the patients don't, then they are at the mercy of whoever's taking care of them. And it's just this huge snowball effect that, one doctor says something and you believe it because you have nothing else to base it on. And it's a real problem. And it certainly needs to be addressed in the medical community, that they know that they don't need to be doing liver biopsies.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. Cynthia, no pressure. Do you think we're ready for non-biopsy trials?
I think we need them. Oh, yeah, my mom. I think we need them. And as I mentioned in my presentation, biopsy should be reserved for very specific endpoints. But when we're looking at, and sometimes I understand if we look at fibrosis regression as an endpoint, we may still need biopsy to some extent, although we do have a lot of serum markers that are more and more reliable. But I think we don't need just to look at fibrosis, we can look at risk reduction. And that's where I think looking at these markers is really helpful as an endpoint. And that should, I would like to see this risk reduction as an endpoint, not just the liver stiffness or the marker for, the fibrosis, but the risk, because ultimately that's what we want to do. We want to decrease the chance that you as a patient are going to have an outcome that is unfavorable, right? So I think we are ready. It's different from looking at fibrosis per se, and that doesn't mean that it's worse or not as good.
Perfect, that's helpful.
Also, if I may comment, I put a comment here in the chat. I have to say, our patients with PBC, not because you guys are on there, but you're lovely. You do want to participate and help us in the clinical trials, and you're becoming more and more active. Now, this subset of people here attending this conference today doesn't necessarily represent all the patients that are at home that come to see us in clinic. And some people are not as keen, into doing the biopsy. Some will tell me, I'll do anything you need. For instance, there was a trial and there were benefits perceived from that study. This particular patient felt so much better and the drug in the study had to be interrupted. She came to me and said, Dr. Levy, I will do whatever you need, whatever the FDA needs. They specifically said that. This patient was very knowledgeable. I can do a biopsy as many times as you want to get that benefit. So I get that. patients will do it. But we as investigators and the sponsors need to know exactly what are we looking for in order to require the biopsy as an endpoint, because it comes with a risk.
No, absolutely perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, just looking around the room for any other comments on that before we move on to the next question.
It always makes me happy when some of my members question whether or not they should have a biopsy when their doctors recommend it. I'm always like, yes, we've made a breakthrough for even just one person, that they've read enough and they've educated themselves enough to know to question it. And I think that's where it's headed, that people have to educate themselves in order to make questions of the doctors. Everything that comes out of their mouth isn't gospel. So
perfect. Thank you. Kathy.
I think there are a lot of people that have reservations about having a biopsy. And yet, as someone who's been rather entrenched in the process of research and trials, I certainly understand that there are specific times where they would need to have actual samples of the liver to test exactly what's going on. Biochemistries tell a story, but there's nothing like looking at the actual cells in the liver, and that's why it was the gold standard. So I can understand why there's still a need for biopsies. Generally, I think most PBC patients in the community would prefer not to have one. But I think it's also fear-based and not so much knowledge-based as to why. If there were an education process to, alleviate a lot of those fears with facts and data, we could be more successful, I think, in that endeavor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's most helpful. Cynthia, I'm going to come to you and I'm going to ask you a pre-question before we get to the real question. So bear with me. But my pre-question is, again, without going into enormous detail, because I know this could be an entire session all on its own, but in terms of patients of colour and PBC, levels of care, levels of Ursula response, can you give us a little insight, please, into some of the struggles and difficulties they face, please?
I will tell you what the published literature is showing. And that data came from the FOLD group. So Stuart Gordon was the main author. They looked at electronic records in the United States from insurance companies. So they devised an algorithm based on codes, ICD codes, as a code that doctors use to label the problems that the patients have for hospitalizations or clinic visits. So they created an algorithm to diagnose PBC, and they looked at they linked that with use of ursodiol, for instance, and they found that African Americans with PBC were not receiving UDCA in the same proportion as Caucasian patients, for instance. So whether this is because they haven't been formally diagnosed, or because they don't have access to care, or because they are uninsured, the study didn't address that. I'm certain that plays a big role. So patients are undertreated. That's one problem we see. And those are the patients who may unfortunately progress a little faster. There was one study suggesting that they may have more complications related to cirrhosis and portal hypertension. So we are undertreating exactly a population who may progress. But it may also be that they're progressing because they're not being treated. So we need to learn a lot more about that. And that problem of health disparities is not restricted to Blacks, African Americans, but also to Hispanics. They also have poor access to care. So in the United States, I can say that they don't make it to transplant as often as Caucasian patients, and they often die on the wait list. So we need to address healthcare disparities for sure. it is a big problem.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'm going to come back with the main question, but I'm going to go to Bettina first. Bettina, you've got your hand raised. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to outline what also happens in Canada, based on what Cynthia just told, that we have a big study going on in Canada, looked at an Indigenous population, and even though then the healthcare is quite good, and everyone seems to get the same care, they seem to get it at least. The Indigenous population was really doing significant on the long term. That was obvious that something is not good, and whether that is the genetic factor is suggesting that, or it is the total healthcare on the Indigenous population, but it's something that we need to be aware of and need to do something about.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bettina. Thank you for that addition. So now that we've asked the pre-question, I'm now going to ask the question, and I'm going to put this around the entire panel, if I may. So anyone who wants to input on this, I'd be grateful to just raise your hand. So the question, and this came from the audience. What role does inconsistent or inequitable care have on the implications of studies, study participation, and study results? And it says in the US, but I'm happy to open it up in general. So when we're looking at inconsistent, inequitable care, what are the implications for studies, study participation, and indeed the bigger picture? Who wants to go first? Okay, Kathy, you put your hand up.
Sure.
Thank you.
I feel like for the community that I have, involvement with, the inequity of care, be it socioeconomic or geographic or whatever the causation, certainly is going to impact the ability of participation in trials. Trials tend to be conducted in centers that are large populations of people so that they can then achieve at least a small number of patients to participate in. When people live in rural areas, because of these issues, they typically don't have the health care, may not see a hepatologist, may not even see a gastroenterologist for their PBC. They may be treated by their primary doctor, who certainly is not an expert in PBC, and most likely would be challenged to describe symptoms and steps to take to treat that patient. If we want to address equity in care and in trials specifically, I think we need to work on access to care and linkage to care in a responsible way, and encourage those caregivers, whomever they are, to suggest clinical trials rather than waiting for a patient to ask about them, which is typically how most patients get involved, apparently, is because they've heard about something and they ask their doctor, or they go through another venue to connect with a trial.
Yeah. No, thanks, Kathy. And that brings me to another question. So I will come back to you on that. Cynthia, you've got your hand raised.
I think Kathy made a very important point. This is a very complex issue, and I don't think we can wait for it to be solved to move forward with PBC trials. But this is huge because I think Intercept looked into that, and Bettina is aware as well. More than half, maybe 60-70% of patients with PBC in the US are managed by primary care physicians, not by gastroenterologists. Right. And the primary care physicians barely know how to make the diagnosis of PBC, let alone know about clinical trials. So it is a huge question. We as physicians in our meetings are doing a lot trying to educate our colleagues, gastroenterologists. And then, of course, we need support for the next step, which is to educate primary cares. And I'll tell you, many of the sponsors are helping us with that, running programs that are geared towards primary care physicians. First, to educate about PBC, about what's available to diagnose and treat, standard of care. Even that they don't know about, let alone clinical trials. Right. We need a lot of education. This is a big problem.
Mm-hmm. Fair point. Thank you very much. Donna, yeah.
Yeah, I think along with what Cynthia said, I think, in my own experience with my Facebook members, for patients who don't have access to the large medical centers, who, like Cynthia said, do go to the GP or gastros who maybe have never treated PBC, their treatment may not be effective. People don't seem to be getting better. They become despondent. They give up. They give up because they're not getting the best care that they can. They're not seeing any decrease in their numbers, but the doctor doesn't know enough to make any changes in that care. And so I think, again, going back to what Cynthia said, because the doctors don't know how to give them the right treatment, these patients don't feel better. They don't feel like things in their lives are getting better. And so clinical trials is never going to be on their radar. And because you just lose interest, it's that isolation and that loneliness. And it's like, I'm just going to always be sick and things are never going to be different. And and again, it has to start with some education with physicians, because many times for 20 years, this may be the only doctor some people see because that's what they have access to.
But Donna, we need you to, it's multi-pronged. We need the patient support groups to educate the patients. It has to be both ways.
Oh, trust me, this has been a life-altering thing for me to have this Facebook group. It is just, I try and do, and Robert has had a great input on the Facebook group too, with his education and his knowledge, and helping people feel better about it and knowing that things can be better, but they have to educate themselves and find what fits for them. And doctors, they don't know. Too many of them don't know, and they're taking care of patients. And especially new patients who haven't had access to that education yet because they didn't know anything about PBC. So until they're educated, they're going to just, whatever's told them in an office by whoever, they're just going to take it as gospel until that time period passes where they're like, hey, I don't think this is right. But it all takes time, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Donna, I am. So, I'm absolutely with you. Bettina, I'm going to call you. I'm just checking with you, Cynthia. Is that a legacy hand or is that a new hand?
No, Bettina was before me, and then I will make.
Yeah, but okay. So that's a new hand.
That's a new.
Please,
You're breaking up. What did you say?
I'm going to Bettina now.
Okay. No, I would like to ask patient organizations also to put some vote on ethics with regard to trials, etc. Because one of the things that, or all registries for that, one of the things that we're struggling with in the registry setting is, for example, that we cannot put a computer down in our unit to sort of advertise for being part of a trial or a study or a registry, unless it's been put through 1,000 times ethics committee to being approved, and it sort of delays everything. And I think, the ethics committees are there to get patients, but sometimes they also actually delay everything. And I think that a stronger voice from patients to say, come on, ethics, this could be done faster, this could be done much more efficient within methods like Facebook and things like that we have nowadays. And I think that there's room for improvement from your part to really, because we can't do it. We are sort of tied on our hands for these things, that has to come from you, because ethics committees are for you. And so you have to bring in the voices saying, come on, guys, it takes too long. And I will give you an example, and not about PBC, but it's about COVID patients and it took us 3 months to get an approval of a really very good folder that we just wanted to put up to say, come on, participate in our trial. 3 years for COVID studies. I mean, that's not acceptable. And that's, it takes even longer for PBC. The patients we have strong.
Okay, I've lost. So I'll come to you, Cynthia, now for your new hand.
Because this is an exciting topic. I agree with Bettina. Ethics is a problem. We cannot advertise that we have conflict because we are the investigator of the trial. So I cannot go on Twitter and say, come enroll in this trial. But the patient support groups can announce them. They can work with the various sponsors to participate. So Twitter has been very active advertising PBC trials. I think in terms of empowering the patient, it's clinicaltrials.gov. That's the cleanest website to know what clinical trials are enrolling. And in the bottom, so if you go to clinicaltrials.gov and you search primary biliary cholangitis, and you're going to see all the trials that are enrolling. And in the bottom of each one will tell you which centers there is. So your local GP or PCP does not need to know about this, because the sponsors are going to fly you to the nearest center directly. Your doctor does not need to get involved other than providing medical records at your request. So in terms of empowering patients, I think this is the top of the line. You can go yourself to clinicaltrials.gov, and I have patients participating in trials who did exactly that. Oh, I found this trial. I think I'm a good candidate. Am I? And then they send records, let us review, and yes or no. So that is very feasible. Because I'm responding to Colette's question here in the chat. She was like, how can I get my doctor to know about this trial? Well, they don't have to know. I mean, we are trying to educate them, believe me. But you can also go by yourself if you choose so.
Okay, and at this point in time, it would be a good thing to mention clinicaltrials.gov, which is always worth a share. So thank you.
That's what I said.
Kathy, you've got your hand up.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I just want to reiterate that patient groups absolutely are very supportive of clinical trials. I know our organization, PBCers organization, has an entire section dedicated to it. And we work with sponsors to give us information, landing pages, so people can learn more. We've also partnered with Antidote, which is a matching service. So you can click on it. It'll ask you some very rudimentary questions, and it'll determine whether or not any trials might be something that would be a good fit. And that's all done anonymously at that point. So if you then want to participate or, learn more, they'll connect you. So there are various mechanisms to do it, but I think somewhat of a disconnect is the treating doctors, not the study doctors, could do a lot to help drive clinical trials. There's a misconception that they'll lose their patients because now they're going to go get their care at XYZ. Well, you only have 3 PBC patients if you're lucky. So if you lose one and it's because they're in a clinical trial and it's helping everybody, that's, let's talk ethics. Mm-hmm. To me, that's a no-brainer. So I think we could do a lot, and we do try to reach out to the doctors, just gastroenterologists, hepatologists, anybody who will listen in the medical field, to recognize that clinical trials benefits them as well as their patient, because a compliant patient isn't easy, patient.
Oh, that's a fair point. Thank you very much, Kathy. So I've got a couple of questions that are coming in. And before I do, there's a question. So, Angie, in your presentation, you talked about treatment burden. Could you maybe just explain that in a more slightly simpler term, please?
So there's a thing called the treatment burden questionnaire, and sometimes when people are given interventions that are supposed to alleviate one symptom, it can actually make other symptoms worse or accelerate certain symptoms. So it's about when people take on interventions, is their quality of life, so their overall quality of life worse because of the interventions that they've taken on. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So if you have anything and you're able to share that in the chat box, that would be amazing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If you know a link, that would be great. Okay, perfect. Thank you. We've got lots of questions. So we know that, we're starting to look at research in terms of the symptom burden. Is anyone aware of any research on the topic of pain? I don't know how much you saw earlier, but joint pain, bone pain, muscle pain features huge in the life of the average PBC patient. So are we aware of anything going on in this field? And if so, what can you tell me? Okay, that answers that question. Wow, right. Next. So in that case, what I'm going to do, I'm hoping somebody from the PBC Foundation is still here, because I am aware that they are working on a SurveyMonkey survey. So it's nothing to do with the app. Anyone in the world can take part in the survey. It's been run in cooperation with Dave Jones, who was here earlier. And what they're trying to do is get the best they can to a definitive answer of what the symptom burden is of living with PBC, so that we can start to address that in clinical trials. So if you have joint pain, bone pain, muscle pain, if you have fatigue, if you have itch, if you have dryness, if it's in areas that don't include your mouth, and I really talk about this because we're British, then these are the kind of things that we really need to discuss. So please, so if somebody from the foundation's here and can share a link, I would love for that to go up in the chat. So let's see if we can share that. But again, this is what we're trying to do. We're using this opportunity to come together, look at the unmet need, and if we can open up some kind of research into the bone pain, muscle pain, joint pain, then I think that would be transformative. So, okay. Sorry, panel, you were rubbish on that one. Right, moving on. The next question is, how close are we? So when we talk about placebo trials, or the standard of care, the placebo arm, and everything that goes with it, every time we have a trial with another placebo arm, standard of care, we are eating into the number of patients that can take part in a trial on an already rare disease. So it's been discussed here, but again, it's being asked within the chat, how close are we to incorporating a synthetic control in the PBC disease progression trial? No pressure, but let's go. What have you got? Somebody says tomorrow they get a gold star. Bettina, go for it.
Is that specific questions for me? I think they're pretty close, actually. There's a lot of things going on with the development, also within the regulatory. They have written a white paper on approval of registries we have to live up to with regard to quality. That's one part that I think we have to do that, and it's going to cost a lot of time to do it right according to all the rules that they have. But I think that is something we just need to do. And secondly, methodologically, we are definitely approaching something that is workable, I think. idea. And it's not only about PBC in this case, but it's also about rare diseases in general, not only rare diseases in liver, but rare diseases globally. So there's a lot of power and brain power going into this right as we speak, and it's moving really fast. And I think that's something that is good to see. Not only because if we could avoid in rare diseases to have a placebo arm for a very long time period, we could use resources much more efficient economically, but also simply for patient-wise and emotions, etc. You're more likely maybe to participate in a trial where you know what you get for treatment. So there will be one single arm, and the placebo arm you already have in the data bank. So in that sense, everyone will be much more compliant and participate in such a trial. So I think that it is essential to get it running and to get it together. So yes, I do think there's a way forward, and I would also love to see in the future that all pharmaceutical industry would have a sort of sharing bank of their placebo arms, so that we can placebo arms, the knowledge that they have. That would be the ultimate wish from a statistical point of view.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. Anyone else, any thoughts on that topic? I know, Kathy, you raised your arm, so I will come to you. Before we move on, any other thoughts on that particular topic? Yes, Kathy, please.
I do want to just take that one step further and say the placebo arm is kind of, in a patient's mind, unnecessary, because there's a lot of data around what happens if a patient takes ursodiol, because that's a standard of care. If we're taking a placebo, and granted it's blinded and you never know, but we already have that data. So why are we duplicating data when we're taking away a resource that is so critical to another clinical trial that that person would qualify for, to take an actual investigative drug rather than a placebo? So just our perspective.
Yeah, no, perfect. I couldn't agree more. Cynthia, please.
Yeah, this is also a very complex topic. I think we are much closer than we were before. There is still some hopes that we need to jump. I also favor the synthetic controls. We have to understand where the agency comes from and why we have the control arm for now, right? We need safety data. So the data is not being wasted. When you're on placebo, the information is not being wasted in any way. We actually learn a lot from each of you that participate in the study, whether you're on placebo or on the active medication. For instance, itching is a symptom of PBC. If we didn't have a placebo arm, we wouldn't know that OCA causes more itching, right? We would think this is just their PBC. But then with a placebo arm, we can say, oh, this is more than what others are experiencing. This is just to give you an idea. It's more complex. And with a good natural history cohort, we may be able to address all of these pitfalls. But the issue is that the historical controls have to mimic the study population that you have in your trial. So there are certain parameters that must be followed, and that's what Bettina is referring to when she says there is a white paper, there are certain characteristics that this population needs to have, and we need to make sure we address that, right? So that is important. Also, I suspect that for the phase 2A, even some 2B studies will still need to be randomized controlled trials. We'll reserve the historical controls for the phase 3-4 studies, right, where we're looking more into events and endpoints, more long-term clinical outcomes. I think that earlier drug discovery phase, we still need the placebo arm. I'm interested in hearing what Bettina has to say about that too.
Bettina, please.
Yes, indeed, you need to take it on the long term for doing these synthetic control. Is that everything that has to do with safety? We still need the placebo arm because you have to exclude any safety problems. I mean, you cannot have a new drug which suddenly causes other issues like, say, heart problems or any other things. That is what the regulators are there to protect for, and that is so crucial that they make sure that the drug is safe. That has to be upfront. That does not cause harm in other ways. So there is a sort of balance. When do you use these external controls or synthetic controls, and when do you not? And that's it's all sort of has to weigh in to do it. And another thing that you have to keep in mind is that the standard of care also changes over time. So a patient who was getting a liver transplantation 20 years ago is different than a patient that gets one today, because there are so many changes going on with liver transplantation itself. So the waiting lists have changed, things like that. So there are more things going on behind the scenes, definitely. So it's going to be an ongoing thing. That we do see that in general people live longer in the population we have. So everything is moving. We're flying the machine. We still have to develop things. Yeah.
I understand it, and I'm grateful for your points. What I would say in PBC, though, I remember in the 80s when the standard of care for PBC was liver transplant. And then in the 90s, the standard of care was URSO. But that's taken a long time to establish itself in many countries. So let's not wait another 25 years for us to realize that a medication works over 25 years. And the other question that's asked often within the patient community, and I'm playing devil's advocate here, I'm just using the mandate that's given to me when I hear patients, is that, when you look at the safety information, I understand the safety information. But when you're looking at side effects and all of those kind of things, your information within the synthetic controls is such that where is the balancing line between a patient ethically having another year of non-treatment for a progressive condition against side effects? So, it's a valid question, and we do need to find a line, but I do think it's time now that balance point is shifted. Cynthia, you've got your hand up. Is that a new hand?
No, that's from before.
The legacy hand.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So, right. So, we're into the last 15 minutes. This has been a fantastic conversation. So, thank you so much. The questions are not getting any easier. So, here's the next question for you, and this will come to each of the panel. So, in summary of lots of all the conversations, we had patient-centered outcomes. We had the fact that, Deborah was talking about, scattered treatment, scattered care pathways. So each of us, in an ideal world, have our top 3 outcomes for PBC patients in the near future. What would we choose as the best potential outcomes for the PBC community? A nice, easy, gentle question to ask for the last one. That's an amazing question. I think it was Carol that asked it. So, any volunteers who would like to go first?
Well, I think short of a cure, I think personally, and from what I hear from my Facebook members, is the fatigue, because it's so life altering. Several of the doctors have addressed the fact that there's drug therapies for the itching and for the joint pain, or if you're not an URSO responder, but there's no therapies for fatigue. And I think that can be so just overwhelming for patients to think that there's just no help down the pike with this, because unless you've experienced it, it's indescribable. And that's the word that I've used when I gave my little testimony. I mean, when you suddenly can't put one foot in front of the other to walk down the hallway, much less go to work or take care of kids, that would be a huge game changer, is the fatigue. And I hope that someday there will be a slide with therapies listed under fatigue. So we just have to hang on to that. But every day seems forever.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, thank you, Donna. Angie, you've got your hand up. Go for it. Best 3 possible outcomes for the PBC community. What have you got?
Well, to be honest, I agree with Donna. I think fatigue is massive, but I feel as though it's very interconnected with a lot of the other symptoms like itch and like brain fog. Are you tired because you're scratching, or is your brain fog because you're not getting any sleep? And I guess for me personally, it would be about trying to pick apart those and have a lot more patient-led strategies. Things like interventions that we can implement ourselves that aren't necessarily wholly reliant upon some kind of medical intervention, but that we can find some way of managing those conditions aside from some kind of clinical intervention. But I think that needs to come from the patient population themselves. And if you go on to any of these discussion forums like the PBC Foundation, people have real gems of knowledge that we share, and collectively, people who have the will to go on and join in these discussions get top tips, but that's never written down anywhere. That knowledge is never shared. It's just it's like part of a little cloud. And it's almost like we need to be sharing that information more widely. So, it's an outcome for me would be that there'd be a lot more patient-led research into things like that and trying to pick it apart and put self-help strategies, really.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you. So before we come to either Bettina, Cynthia, or Kathy, there's an input on the chat box that says we'd love to understand the mechanism of the cause of PBC. So that could be a primary outcome for somebody, but yeah, Kathy's nodding. So Kathy, any thoughts on your top 3 outcomes?
Well, that one is my number 3.
Okay.
Literally a cure and an understanding of the link of autoimmunity. I know, listening to Deborah Stovall talk about how everything is so scattered with treatment and scattered with knowledge. There are many autoimmune diseases that people know about, rheumatoid arthritis or what have you. But there are so many unanswered questions about PBC and what the trigger or triggers are, how the genetics, which, they've identified some alleles that are responsible in at least the propensity to develop PBC. But how does that all play into overall autoimmunity? Because there's a known tie of the susceptibility of developing other autoimmune diseases, such as Sjogren's or Hashimoto's or what have you. So that would be my on the list from our experience in the PBC community. Number 1, symptom. It's a little scary to me sometimes, but many patients care more about what they're living with today than they are with their liver health overall. And as somebody who suffers from severe pruritus and debilitating fatigue, I can definitely understand why, even though personally I feel that's a bit skewed in priority. But definitely symptom treatment, effective symptom treatment, rather than going down a list of things that might work for your itch. I have literally been all the way down that list. And I can't tell you how many times I'm sitting here trying not to scratch on camera because I have that itch, right? And then slowing the progression, until we can find a cure, effectively slowing the progression for everyone, not just 60%.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I love the way you cheated there and didn't talk about fatigue. You talked about symptoms. I loved it. Love it. Thank you. Bettina or Cynthia, who would like to go next with their answer? Okay.
Cynthia. Talk. I don't know more than all these patients who are speaking today. Those are the goals. Unfortunately, we cannot cheat when we're designing a clinical trial, and each of these is a goal, a separate aim. And therefore, the whole design of the trial is different according to what we are investigating. So a trial that is designed to look for better efficacy in terms of prolonging your survival is going to have flaws if I try to look at the effect on itching. Even though it can give us some signals, Bettina is a statistician, and there are ways that you can optimize your trial so that you can select your population and reach them with patients who are itching. But then it's a more cumbersome design and difficult to enroll long term. So there are ways to go around that. But basically, each of these aims is one different study. If we want to do it well designed and powered from the beginning. If you look at the Besurso trial, for instance, it showed wonderful effects of bezafibrate on lowering alkaline phosphatase, also lowered the liver stiffness, the ELF, and it improved itching. But that's not enough for us to say that bezafibrate works for itching, based on that study, because patients who were enrolled in the study had just mild itching. So you improved from a 2 to a 1. Is that clinically relevant or not? And I believe that bezafibrate helps with itching because of many other studies and experiences. But the point is, for you to get the drug approved for that specific purpose, you need a separately designed trial. So anyways, I'm going around, but I think, so fatigue is a major unmet need. Major. Understanding fatigue, not just treating, so understanding, modifying it, everything. That's a major. With pruritus, I think we have made strides. We have many drugs coming up that I think will have beneficial effects on itching. And of course, we want you to live as long a life as possible without a transplant, right? So that is the other important outcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Bettina, last question.
No, I think it's a difficult question because I'm not a patient. I don't have itch. I don't have fatigue. So it's for me very difficult. But I can imagine that it's super. I would not be able to say what is the most important because your daily quality of life is so important. Absolutely, I think that is something that we should look much into. I must also say at the same time, signing studies and look at quality of life. I've done it really last 20 years. It's one of the difficult endpoints to actually purely on that. It is very difficult to measure, and there's difficult, like a blood value. It's easy to measure. You see, but quality of life is very difficult to measure. You actually should know when are people filling in the questionnaires at what time of the day. Should we do it multiple times of the day? And I think that there's been done a lot of progression with reusing apps that you can just fill it in and you know the time filling it in and things like that. So it's difficult and to study that. So that's what I would like.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I can summarize, our 3 main outcomes in lieu of a cure would be symptoms, and progressive management in a meaningful way. I think that's the message that we can take away. So from that, I will thank my final panel. I'll say this evening, because it's 21:14 here in the UK, but I know it's afternoon over there. So to Kathy, to Bettina, to Cynthia, to Donna, and to Angie, thank you so much for closing today with an amazing session on looking at the future of clinical trials and what they mean to the patient. So thank you all very much. As I'm saying thanks, I would like to thank all our speakers today. So Donna Cryer started us off today, and Donna will be closing very shortly. We had Director Turner from the FDA. I also want to thank every single person who took part in our panels. I want to thank every single patient who puts their body on the line in terms of clinical trials, every single patient who answers the surveys and gives us and shares us their experience, and every single patient that we have the privilege to listen to and to serve. Today is a stark reminder of why we do it, how we do it, and what we have to do. So thank you so much for everything that you, the patient community, has brought. I'm going to say one last thanks, and that is to Shannon Cole at the FDA, who's helped us put this together. And as ever, my specialist subject is to use the words of wiser people than I. So I'm going to close. Remember, PBC is a rare condition. It's an underserved population. And if you ever think that it's a rare condition, that you're too small to make a difference, in the words of the Dalai Lama, try sleeping with a mosquito in the room. On the subject of wise words, Donna Cryer, I'm coming to you. Thank you for joining us again. It's all yours.
Thank you so much. As Robert said, thank you to everyone who has participated behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, testifying, putting this meeting together. Certainly a special thank you to our partners at the Food and Drug Administration for listening, to staying with us throughout this day. I wanted to be able to have this last word, most importantly, so that there was someone to be able to thank Robert Mitchell-Thain for all of the heart, mind, blood, sweat, tears that he has put into not only today, but in this life's work of advancing care in all definitions of the word to patients with PBC and with liver diseases. If you would allow me the word, though, after that fantastic debate amongst many wonderful, very impactful comments throughout the day, that I hope will be used not just for their emotion, but strategically. My favorite definition of patient engagement is that something changed. So if something doesn't change after today, then we haven't done our job. And I think we have. The patient community does not need to be unanimous, but unified. And as the CEO of the Global Liver Institute, I'm so honored that we have been unified today in this platform to move the field forward. I would also suggest that endpoints that do not satisfy patient priorities perhaps are studies that need to be reoriented. I understand certainly from my long career that this disease is difficult to treat. I think we always need to remember, though, that it's even more difficult to live. And that, I think, is the point of today. And it has been such an important part of the evolution of drug development, not only in the US, but across the world, that patient voices, patient perspectives, and patient expertise in their lived experience are taken seriously and integrated into the drug development process and into the clinical care process. So I thank you today for being part of that very important history and for making the future better. Until next time.